Good morning. Pardon board is called to order. Today is Monday, February 10th, 2025. Time is 9:12 a.m. Would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Renassa,
Present.
Prater,
Here.
Simmons,
Here.
Reed.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Yes, for the record, we have 4 members present today, so any action will require a unanimous vote. We will allow public comment on requests before any action item. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge the folks who are here and support our staff. We are seated in Baton Rouge at DOC headquarters. Would our staff introduce themselves for the record, please?
Ms. Thompson. Sure, I'll be right. Carla Williams, Shakita McGregor.
Heather Pennington, probation control.
And thank you for providing security today. We appreciate it. Our first item on the agenda this morning under regular business is review and approval of the minutes from Monday, January 27, 2025. Those are included in your packet. Are there any corrections? I'll entertain a motion for approval.
I make a motion that we approve the minutes.
We have a motion by Mr.
Second.
Tillis, second by Mr. Freeman to approve the minutes from Monday, January 27th. Is there any objection? Hearing none, those minutes are approved. So we will begin our next agenda item, which is consideration of applications for clemency and pardon. And I believe our first case is in TENSAS Parish.
Yes, this is TENSAS Parish.
Good morning, ma'am. Would you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Happy Monday. This is Lit.
Happy Monday to you. We appreciate you helping us out this morning.
Thank you.
And you have Mr. Riley. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Riley, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Willie Riley, 330823.
Yes, sir, Mr. Riley. And before we begin our process, I want to recognize the folks who have joined us this morning, who have an interest in your case. We have by Zoom your sister Deborah Riley and Frederick Matthews, your brother-in-law. Here with us, also on Zoom, representing the DA's office in Jefferson Parish will be Mr. Randall Meyer. Here with us in Baton Rouge, in our hearing room, we have Robert Genest and Consuelo Genest. Mr. Genest, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name, will be speaking at the appropriate time. We'll ask for his remarks. First, Mr. Riley, let me just read some identifying information into the record. Willie Riley, you were sentenced. You're currently serving a 25-year sentence. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish, March 17, 2011, for attempted second-degree murder. You do have a good time release date, which is December 26, 2030. Mr. Riley, is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Mr. Riley, would you take a moment before we start our interview process and before we hear from those who want to speak? We want you to tell us why you submitted an application for clemency, why are you in jail, and why do you think we ought to recommend an application for clemency?
Yes, ma'am. I had reevaluated myself since I've been down, and I looked at all possible things that I was able to do with myself and for myself. And I had went through some classes and I had studied a lot of things that helped me change my ways, change my attitude, change toward everything that going toward goal to reach this point where I can say I can represent myself and allow myself to speak and put in the application toward hearing something after being down long to identify myself that I am a changed man. And I changed that way. So when I get if I get allowed to be out of something, anything like that, I can remind myself that, I'm going forward instead of backwards.
Okay, so tell us why you're in jail.
I checked my supervisor in the altercation where I had just snapped and my mind just was just gone at that time, though, but I had refocused everything I had did, in the power of myself, and to recognize that I did that, and I couldn't take that back right now, though, you know. But at this time, the present time, though, you know, I'm selling myself to let everyone know that, you know, everything that I had did back is back. Everything I'm doing forward now is forward.
All right, well, thank you, sir. And Ms. Litt, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Riley?
This lit. That's call for you. Ms. Lit.
Ma'am,
Is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Riley?
I had a warden here. I have both wardens here. They're going to speak on his behalf.
Right, we'd like to hear from the wardens then. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. How y'all doing? This Deputy Warden Johnson.
Good. How are you, sir?
All right.
What can you tell us about Mr. Riley?
Okay, he a good worker, has no disciplinary issues. He worked basically 24/7. You have to make him a stop worker. He just work. And he gives us 0 problems. And he's a good guy, and seems like he ready to do what he's supposed to do when he get out.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Now, does anybody else have anything to say?
Yeah, just the head warden here.
All right.
How y'all doing? I'm Warden Bass.
Good morning, Warden Bass. Is there anything you want to say about Mr. Riley?
Yeah, like I said, just basically what my deputy warden said. Like I said, Mr. Willie been here with us for some years now, and like I said, never had a problem with him. He's a good worker. He get along well with the staff. You know, he just anything that we ask him to do, he does it with no problem. Like I said, he's a real good guy. Like I said, I've been doing this for almost 30 years, and like I say, I don't have too many around like Mr. Willie. So, you know, he's a good person.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Warden Bass. We appreciate your remarks. At this time, we'll hear from the folks who want to speak in favor of Mr. Riley. And first, we'd like to hear from his sister, Ms. Deborah Riley.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On speaking of Willie's behalf, I know he's been in there for a while. He did what he has supposed to have done all of these years. He's a good person, lovable. But the situation he has got into, I know it's hurtful, but you know, I think that everybody deserves you know, a second chance. And he's been in there long enough, like he said, he did his classes. He's been doing what he's supposed to have done all of these years. And I think that, you know, so far he deserves a second chance to be, you know, you know, released as of this point.
Well, yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Deborah. We appreciate your remarks. Mr. Matthews?
Yes, ma'am. Frederick Matthews.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, my name is Reverend Frederick Matthews. I pastor a church in Kenner, Louisiana. Willie Riley is my brother-in-law. I met him many years ago when he was a kid. His wife and I have been married 55 years this year, and I know him personally. And I believe he's rehabilitated and he's ready to come back and into the life. Prior to that incident, there wasn't anything that Willie was into. I considered him and still consider him a good and caring person. And our family stands waiting to help him to re-enter in any way that he can. We're willing to help find work and whatever need to support from family, he has it 100%. Not just those locally, but those that are in California, North Carolina, and other places. We would like to see him come home. I think he's ready to re-enter, and I pray that you all give him that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your remarks. At this time, we'd like to hear from Mr. Janess. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead. You want to step up to the podium and introduce yourself and tell us what you want us to know?
My name is Robert Janess. First, I'd like to appreciate the opportunity to address the board and speak on behalf of myself and my family. Growing up, I didn't know either of my grandfathers. They had both passed before I was born. My dad was my role model. I watched my dad. I learned what it took to be a man, a husband, a dad, and a grandfather. And like my dad and my daughter before us, my grandson and I are inseparable. But on that fateful day, after fighting for my life, trying to somehow stop the bleeding, I had to call my wife and tell her that I had been stabbed 6 times. And I didn't think I was going to make it. Imagine making that phone call. But worse, imagine having to receive that phone call. He started crying. My grandson was in the call, and he started crying. So to protect him, my wife hung up. Not knowing if that was the last time I would talk to my wife, I was terrified. But knowing I may never see my grandson again, made me more determined than ever to fight for my life. I had 6 stab wounds, 1 to my upper back, 3 more to my lower back. And at that point, I asked Mr. Riley to stop, that I had a new grandson. And instead, he stabbed me twice more in the head. I was losing a lot of blood, and I thought somehow, if I could just stop the bleeding and stay conscious until I reached the hospital, I would have a chance. 2 different surgeries, a week in the hospital for each one, 3 months of rehabilitation. I was able to return to work and my family. It's been 14 years since the attack. And I'd like to give you a glimpse of those 14 years, the good and the not so good. The not so good is I suffer from terrible nightmares. I have PTSD. I have mood swings. I'm always looking over my shoulder. I always sit with my back to the wall. I don't trust people anymore. I'm quick to get angry. People say I should go to therapy. Therapy won't change the fact that the attack happened. But when these emotions occur, my response therapy and my therapy is always the same. I think of my grandson, my best friend, the most important person in my life. This is my grandson at 3, and I'm teaching him how to play golf. It was just before the attack. This is my grandson at 17. It was just a few months ago, and we were visiting college campuses. I can't imagine not experiencing these last 14 years with my grandson. So for my therapy, I keep these 2 pictures of me and my grandson in my wallet, in my car, on my nightstand next to my bed. When those dark days come, which is still too often, I look at these 2 pictures, and that's my therapy. That's what keeps me going. That's what makes life special. As for Mr. Riley, he had no remorse during the attack, after the attack, at the trial, or any time since. He tried to take my life that would not only have affected me, but would have changed the lives of my wife and daughter. But to try to steal my future with my grandson is the worst thing. I said at the trial, in my victim statement, that I will never forgive him for that. And if God sends me to hell for that, then I guess I'll see Mr. Riley in heaven. So today I ask that you, Mr. Riley's sentence be continued in its entirety. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate hearing from you. Can we hear from the DA's office, please? Mr. Meyer.
Good morning, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish, and we're opposed as well to Mr. Riley's request. In looking at his application, he stated that he had worked with Mr. Janess for 20 years, and Mr. Janess had given him a hard time for the last few months, which is, you know, the reason why he ended up attacking him. And well, the hard time that he gave him is that he was found to be intoxicated at work a few months before and got suspended and had to take AA treatments or AA the program. He came back and was found is suspected to be intoxicated again when Mr. Janess took him to be tested, and that's when this happened. And he was the aggressor. Mr. Riley was the aggressor in this case. Mr. Janess retreated, trying to get away from the attack, and was stabbed as he recounted 6 times. Fortunately, he's alive today. Because of the nature of that attack and the offense and the victim opposition, we're opposed to his request for a commutation of sentence, and noting that he's only served 14 of the 25 years. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Mr. Riley, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer any questions he may have, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Riley. How are you today?
Okay, how you doing?
Okay, I've read your file extensively, and I tell you, since you've been incarcerated, you have done you've done good. You've you get awards have bragged about you and everything else, and so that's the way you're supposed to act. But let me ask you something. In your statement, I don't remember you saying anything about the victim. I don't remember you saying anything about being remorseful. All I heard was how good you done, talking about yourself. But and that kind of bothers me. Did you stab this man 6 times?
Yeah, I had stabbed him 6 times, but it was just out of big anger, emotions, the way things went down. But like I said, from the first beginning, I did that in the past, but I can't take that back forward now because it already happened. If I can change things around, though, I would, but it had already happened already. And I'm sorry about it. It happened, but at that time, though, it was really raised up in anger towards things that had happened. But since I've been down, I realized that everything that went on, it brought me to this here point where I know I can find a million reasons to stay out of jail, but I can't find one reason to try to come back.
Okay, you've served 14 out of 25 years.
Okay.
That's 56% of your crime of the time.
Okay.
And the state, because of previous laws,
Okay.
you're gonna get out in 2030 anyway. In 5 years, you're gonna get out anyway, aren't you?
I guess it can be 2030.
Yes.
But I'm sitting here on the behalf of speaking to myself and everything, is a possibility that with my behavior and my retribution and everything I'm going through, I was leaning on just paper or something, or maybe I could act for leniency time or something like that, so I can just go back to normal life or something like that. If it's possible. Anyway, if we can all change. If everything changed, I changed too. In a way where everything is not there.
I hope you have changed.
Yes, sir.
Certainly needed to. Yeah. That's all I got.
Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
Questions? All right, Mr. Riley, I don't see any other questions, so I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Riley, I hate to tell you this, but my vote is to deny, and it takes all of us voting the same thing. To deny, you had served, but like I say, 56% of a terrible crime. I cannot imagine what this man's gone through. And I also cannot imagine what would have been in somebody's mind, because I've been mad before. I've been pissed at people, but I never stabbed them. And so that's a different kind of mindset. And we got to make sure that you realize the seriousness of it is by serving your entire sentence. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman,
My vote is to deny, not enough time served in victim and law enforcement opposition.
Mr. Tillett.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
And I vote the same, Mr. Riley. I'm glad that you're doing well where you're at and they speak highly of you, but I too, based on the opposition that's been expressed today, I'm going to vote to deny your parole. You have an outdate, a firm outdate in 2030. So good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Order.
We'll sign off at 9:33.
Okay.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is reconvening at Louisiana Transitional Center for Women. It is 10:39 on Monday, February 10th, 2025. Would the staff there at LTCW please introduce yourself for the record?
April Cootie, programs.
Nice to see you again.
You too.
All right. And we have before us, is that Ms. Butler?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Ms. Butler. Introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DOC.
My name is Amber Butler, DOC 556550.
All right, Ms. Butler. Let me recognize the folks who have joined us. We have some folks here in Baton Rouge with us. We're at DOC headquarters. We have your daughter, Heaven Butler, Derrick Butler, your dad, sister-in-law, Ashlyn Buros. And speaking on your behalf will be your brother, Jordan, your mother, Arlene Butler, and daughter, Haley Watts. And at the appropriate time, we'll call on those folks to do that. First, I will read some identifying information into the record, and then we'll have a conversation before we and hear from those who want to speak before we start our interview process with you. So you're here this morning because you submitted an application for sentence asking to for a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in August of 2009 for simple burglary in Washington Parish. You received a 2-year sentence. And then in 2012, also in Washington Parish, armed robbery and armed robbery with use of a firearm. And for that, you received a 20-year sentence for the armed robbery, 5 years for the use of a firearm. Those are running concurrently. So it's a total of 20 years. You are not eligible for parole, and you have a good time date, which is March 27, 2027. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, ma'am.
So this morning, Ms. Butler, would you take a moment before we hear from others and tell us what landed you in jail? Why are you in prison? Why have you submitted an application for a commutation of your sentence? And why do you think we ought to vote favorable for you today?
Okay, first I want to apologize for what I've done. Oh, I'm nervous. I'm sorry. I don't even know how to start. I'm scared.
Let's talk.
I'm sorry for what I've done, and I can't say that I didn't mean to do it because I know I've done it, but the person that I used to be, I'm not her anymore. I was just really young and was going through a lot. Oh man, I'm sorry. Freaking out.
It's okay. Just talk. Say.
Take your time.
I don't even know how to begin because I'm scared.
But tell us what you did. What was your crime? Tell us what you did.
My crime was armed robbery. I robbed somebody that I just should never done. This is something I just should never done. I should never been there, but I was, and I regret doing what I've done. And I didn't mean. I wish I would have never done that. It's like the biggest mistake of my life. And I'm so sorry to that family because I know I've done them wrong, and I know it's probably scarred them for life. You know, I just wish I would have never done. I feel like the girl that I used to be, I'm just not her anymore. I'm not immature anymore. I've grown a lot. I done got my GED. I got my associate's degree. I got my bachelor's degree. I've been working my whole time here. I have a job on maintenance. I've been on maintenance for 5 years. I've learned how to fix things, and I really enjoy that. Like when I was at home, I had jobs here and there to where I wasn't into the jobs, I would say, but now I know how to work and earn what is for me. And my biggest goal right now is I just want to be a mom. I just want to go and be a mom to my kids. And I do thank y'all for trying to hearing me out. And I'm sorry I'm breaking. I'm sorry. I'm nervous.
That's okay. We're going to hear from the other folks, and we still going to talk to you again. So
yes, ma'am.
Have a moment to collect yourself. Let's ask Ms. Ms. Cootie, what can you tell us about Amber?
Amber's been here with us about 10 years. So she has definitely grown. She's taken advantage of everything we have. Like she said, she got her GED. She has her associate's and her bachelor's degree through Ashland. I mean, she has worked hard. And I have Miss Fountain in here with me also, that is who she works for with maintenance, if you'd like to speak with her.
We'd like to hear from her. Ms. Fountain, what can you tell us about?
First of all, I'd like to say good morning.
Screwdriver.
I'm here and I have a maintenance crew and Ms. Butler work on that crew with me. She's grown from the time that I started. I've been there like 4 years. I used to do transportation and I changed position and she's been under my supervision since then. From the first day when I first started, when I first started working with her, and up until now, there has been a big change. There has.
Good. Well, that's good to hear. We appreciate hearing from you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll hear from your family members who are here who want to speak on your behalf. First, we'd like to hear from your daughter, Haley. When you speak, I want you to speak loudly so she can hear what you're saying.
Hi, my name's Haley. I'm a good mother. I just want to say that I'm very sorry for everything that she did. I know she's very sorry too. But I just want my mama home. Like, I really just want to know her. So I'm adopted. I haven't adopted at 3 years old. And I don't even know who she is. I've never met her. That's all I wish is to be able to know her. And I know that she's working on a better life. And I have faith that she's doing better. And I really hope that y'all can see that. And then y'all choose to let her out just so I can have my mama back.
Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Right. That was a good job. Jordan, can we hear from you? This is Butler's brother.
How you doing? I'm gonna start off introducing myself. I'm Jordan. I'm her younger brother. 33 years old. I'm a tugboat captain. I have a beautiful fiance. We have 2 kids. Keep it constant. Keep in constant touch with my sister. Through how we get to talk to her on the app and get the text back and forth and FaceTime. Genuinely, I do think she has grown. She has come to the crime and she's done the time. And I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that she is where she is for what she's done. And I wouldn't deny it. Like you said, like she said, that she has grown as a person. She's doing school and things that she probably wouldn't have done if she wouldn't have gotten incarcerated. She may not have grown to be a better person by this. This is probably what helped her. You know, we grew up in New Orleans in the city, so I'm not going to say you are who you are and you make the decisions that you made. People you hang around with can cause you or make you to do the wrong things. I've grown a lot. I've never been convicted of any crimes, anything, but I know moving away from the city and growing to be a person and a father and a soon to be husband is all the choices that you make. I talk to people that we hung around, my sister that we grew up around. They're very surprised at the man I've become to this day. And I hope that I can do the same for my sister. I think she's doing what it takes to grow as a person and show that she wants to get out and be a woman and a mom. You know, she got 2 beautiful kids. If she gets out soon, hopefully she's still got a few years to at least raise her younger daughter on, you know, things that she can show not to do and to do and, you know, things like that. We already have 2 possible jobs lined up for her if that accommodates for if she gets out and they approve that. We already have 2 jobs possibly lined up for her. Places to stay. She was more than welcome to stay at my house. She's gonna be more than welcome to stay at my mom's house. And I've already told her that she already knows too. If you come home and you live with me, there will be rules, there will be things to follow, that we will be on the right path. You won't be coming here and running the streets and doing none of that. It will be all getting your job, focus on whatever you gotta do to better yourself and enjoy all the years that you lost. I lost 14 years with my sister. But I'm hoping that that comes to an end and get our relationship back and be brother and sister and be a happier family. Thank you, that's all.
Well, thank you for being here and thank you for supporting your sister. Awesome. All right, and Ms. Arlene, let's hear from you, please.
Hi, my name is Arlene Miller. I'm nervous. And first of all, and the first thing I like to do is start off by acknowledging what she did wrong, which she's aware, we are aware. And we are remorseful as a family for the actions she took that day and the person she thought she was that years ago. Like my son said, it's taken a lot of hard work for her. She's had a lot of struggles where she's at now, but she's been overcoming a lot of things. And her family, and this is only just a couple of people of her supporters, that are ready to take her and make come home to her daughters. This is having her youngest baby that was actually born in St. April, so she never really got to know her that much. We do have jobs, like my son said, we have jobs lined up for her, and I just know she's not the same person. Like she said, either she did a horrible thing back then, and I know she, like she said, she never ever wants to go back where she is. Now she wants to maintain her job, she wants to raise her kids, she wants, my husband and I, we're getting to that age, we have health problems, and we may not be here if she has to stay a lot longer. So we'd like to have our daughter back in our life. It's been 14 years of a 20-year sentence. And I'm hoping y'all will see. At least give her a chance, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks for being here. All right. Ms. Butler, Amber, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions he may have?
Well,
Good morning, Ms. Butler. How are you?
good morning, how are you?
I see that you've made some improvements. You've taken a lot of classes.
Yes, sir.
That's good. Tell me what happened. Why were you robbing people?
Okay, honestly, at that time, I was going through a situation with my oldest daughter to where the state, my half sister had my oldest daughter. She was raising her because I couldn't get my life together. I couldn't find a place to live. I couldn't find a job. And then something happened with my sister and my youngest baby to where the state came in and took my oldest daughter. And then I was going through trying to get her back. I couldn't find a job. I ended up getting a house with her father, but I just couldn't hold a job. And then they made me sign my rights over from her. And then from there, I lost my baby, and then she was my world. And I don't know. I have no excuse for it. I don't, because this is just something I should never have done. And I regret it every day of my life for that. I don't know. I was just trying to live, I guess.
Were you on drugs at the time?
I smoked weed, yes, sir.
Alcohol?
I don't drink.
So you were doing these robberies by yourself?
I was hurting out my kids' father. It was just wrong. I was around the wrong people.
I see. Well, you know, the choices we make are the choices we have to live with.
Yes, sir.
That's kind of bad. So if you're released, or when you're released, what do you plan to do?
I want to find like a good job. I just really just want to be a mom to my kids. I want to be able to work an 8 to 5 job, and I don't even care what the job is, as long as I can provide for my family and work hard for what. How do I say that? Work for what I deserve, and provide for my for my family and stuff. I just want to be reliable and I don't want to be somebody, but I want to be a mom that they could look up to and say, great job, mom. I'm proud of you and I love you and stuff like that.
I see. I have no questions.
Any other question?
Let me ask you, so you burglarized a store, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you got caught,
Mhm.
and you got a deferred sentence and probation for that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Burglary. And while you were on probation, you got convicted of drug paraphernalia,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then a couple of years later, how many years later was it when you did the armed robbery?
Almost 2, I think. If I'm
Okay.
not mistaken.
Okay, and why did you, it says in here, you picked the victims. Why did you think they had money, or was it a dope deal you were trying to think they might have dope?
No, it was just random people. That family was just rambling. That's the only person that ever had that family was the only person that it ever happened with.
Okay. All right. That's all. I'm just trying to get all the incidents straight.
So Amber,
Yes, ma'am.
what are you seeking today? What are you looking for?
For a second chance at life, to prove myself that I'm not the same person I used to be, and that I'm different.
I understand, so you submitted an application for clemency.
Yes, ma'am.
You have an out date, which is 2 years away,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes,
So
ma'am.
what are you looking for today? Are you seeking parole eligibility? What are you looking for?
That parole, yes, ma'am. To going home earlier than the 2 years, to get home to my family and rebuilding my life.
Well, let's, what's your conduct record look like?
Like my behavior?
You got any write-ups?
No, ma'am, I haven't had a write-up in like 10 years, I think.
All right, I'm asking the questions about what you're seeking today because the clemency process is very lengthy. If you even were to receive a unanimous vote that was in your favor today, it could take more than 2 years probably to get it processed all the way through, even if the governor was inclined to sign it. So I was just trying to determine specifically what it is you're trying to seek to. So you said you want parole eligibility. Or which would be through a parole.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I don't have any other questions. The panel prepared to vote? Mr. Tillis, you'll be voting.
Today, Ms. Butler, my vote's going to be to deny because of strong law enforcement and the crimes that you commit. I'm really pleased that you're doing what you're doing, and I hope you keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Mr. Prater.
I concur with that. You're going to be out 2 years anyway, and nothing that we granted today would have helped you in any way.
Still possible.
It is possible.
It is possible.
Okay. Well, my vote's to deny because of the fact that I was trying to make it easy on you to tell you, but I didn't want to put any more burden on you, talk about your past. But my vote is to deny because of your criminal history in the past, the burglary and then the violation while you're on probation. So deny.
Mr. Freed.
My vote is to commute to 15 years with immediate parole eligibility. I think she's done a great job in prison. She was young when all of this happened, and I think the interview was great.
Thank you.
That's my vote today.
All right, Ms. Butler, you've received 2 votes to deny, 1 vote to support your commutation request. So you know what the outcome is today because it requires a unanimous vote. My vote would have been to commute your sentence, but not commute it to 15 years, just commute it to make you immediately parole eligible. But the outcome of today's proceeding is that your application's been denied because you didn't get a unanimous vote. But I echo what Mr. Freeman has said. I think you should be proud of yourself. I agree with what your brother said, that you probably have had some opportunities there that you wouldn't have had you not gone to jail. So you've got a lot to live for. We see 2 beautiful young ladies here that are anxiously awaiting you coming home, and you will be there. March of 27. Good luck to you. Be proud of yourself. You've done a good job.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our business at LTCW. We're going to sign off at 10 a.m.
All of them your award? All the new ones here?
All right, good morning. Committee on Parole, the Park Board is reconvening. We're at Dixon Correctional Institute, Monday, February 10th, 2025. It is 10:05 a.m. I'd like to ask, Warden, please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, Deputy Warden Turner. Walter Aswell, 603043.
Jane Babineau, classification.
Xavier Source, reentry. Curtis Thurman, mental health.
Got everybody?
Ma'am.
All right, and Mr. Aswell, thank you. You have introduced yourself. Let me acknowledge the folks who have joined us by Zoom. In support, we have your sister Sarah Seal and your mother Robin Aswell, both who will be speaking on your behalf. And you have Tara Winters as well. Here, also on Zoom in opposition, we have Chad Cassard, Candy Cassard. Here with us in Baton Rouge, also in opposition, we have Scott Seals and Stephanie Seals. And Mr. Seals will be speaking at the appropriate time. And we'll hear from both Chad and Candy Cassard at the appropriate time. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Aswell. Mr. Aswell, you are classified as a first felony offender. You are currently serving a total of 25 years. You were sentenced in Washington Parish, August 21st, 2012, for armed robbery, one count. You received 20-year sentence. Armed robbery, use of a firearm, you received 5 years. Attempted first-degree murder, 3 counts, you received 5 years. And aggravated obstruction of the highway, you received a 10-year sentence. And as I said, all those sentences are running together. So it's a total 25-year sentence. You are not eligible for parole, and you have a good time date, which has been adjusted to October 3rd, 2031. Does all that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Aswell, before we hear from the folks who want to speak today, we want to hear from you. We'd like for you to tell us why are you in jail? What led you here? And why have you submitted an application for clemency? What are you specifically asking for? And why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
Yes, ma'am. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the board for granting me this opportunity to speak and to address you all this morning. I can say that when I committed my crime, I know I was still a young man. I had no clear direction in life. I had lost my father when I was young, when I was about 13. He had died of a massive heart attack, and it was just something that I had never properly dealt with. It was an issue that had caused me to spiral into depression and seeking out all the wrong ways to deal with major issues or problems in a person's life like that. I hung out with the wrong type of people. I was led into participating in just bad behaviors. I got into smoking weed, drinking alcohol, taking drugs, and just trying to ignore my problems rather than really deal with them. All of this led until eventually the person that I was around the most, who was the person that I committed this crime with, he and I went out and we went and robbed this bank. During the commission of that crime, when the police officers tried to arrest us, instead of just surrendering and giving up, we ran. We tried to flee the scene, and that resulted in a gunfight took place. The person I was with started shooting at them, and they started shooting back, and the whole thing spiraled out of control way too quickly. The whole thing escalated, and it was just something I know I should have never been involved in. And there's not a day that hasn't gone by since my incarceration that I have not reflected on these things, that I have not felt completely awful about, because I know that my actions resulted in a lot of pain. It resulted in a lot of fear, and I know that my actions put other people's lives in danger, all because I was too selfish, too immature to deal with my own problems. And so I made that someone else's problems as a result. And this is something that I have endlessly thought about, that I wish more than anything that I could be able to take back and undo that kind of damage. And at this point, I'm here speaking to y'all through this application process because it was an opportunity for me to try to present myself and try to show that I have gone to great lengths to correct those behaviors, to show that there is no possibility that I would ever engage in any type of activity that would be similar in any sort of way again. All I ever want to do from now on is to try to somehow undo whatever type of damage I may have done, to try to make up for the past, to try to show that I am capable of being a responsible person, of being a reliable person, of being dependable, of being someone who is not a threat to anybody, to be a productive citizen. And
Well said. Warden Turner, what can you tell us about Mr. Aswell?
Yes, ma'am. How you guys doing? Walter has been a great inmate since he's been with us. You know, we only speak on the individual that he's become now. He's been with us a little over 12 years. He's a trustee, and one of the things I commended him on earlier, he hasn't received any disciplinary write-ups during his entire incarceration. He's a pride member. He's taken advantage of the numerous opportunities and programming that DCI has had to offer. He's also received his associate's degree from Ashland. He's the assistant editor on both our magazines, Strike Low magazine. I think you guys are familiar with that. And there's also our Dixon Digest, our employee magazine. Both great magazines. So he's done everything that we've asked him here, and he's been very valuable to us as the administration at DCI.
All right, thank you, sir. So at this time, we'll hear from the folks who want to speak in support. So could we hear from your mother, Ms. Robin, as well?
I can't, I'm trying to hear you. I can't hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay. Well, everything my son said is all true. He's a very, very humbled young man, and he is speaking from his heart like I am. My son is a hard-working, dedicated young man. He will be valuable to the society. He will be upleading and encouraging for any position that he would get in as a job. As he said, he did his associates. He's working on his bachelor's degree. Would like this opportunity for y'all to consider to release my son, let him come out, and he's gonna have a home to live. My house where I live, and Big Branch, which is Lacombe, Louisiana, and he has somewhere to live. And I know there would not be a problem getting him employment. But he is an upright, standing young man that made a very, very bad choice when he was very young, and he knows it. And as y'all can see, this is his first offense. My son has never, ever been in trouble with the law. He's never gotten any kind of tickets whatsoever, and he's always wherever he's worked, the companies he's worked for, in the restaurants and so forth, everyone wanted to make him a manager, has made him a manager, has always wanted to upgrade him with whatever he was doing in any applicable place that he worked in. Also, even when he was years old. He was in Taekwondo, and the owners and the elders that were teaching at Taekwondo, they wanted at 14 years old to make my son a leader with the young children and teach them the lessons that my son has made. But again, he was 14, so of course he was not driving. And then that's what we had to say. We can't, because as Walter said, I lost my husband, he lost his father, and then that meant I had to be mama and daddy. And we've really tried to do the best we could. And if I failed my son in any type of way, I'm very remorseful. But I was always here, and I did always tell my children, which they were at a very, very young age when this happened. But if there's anyone you want to speak to, I will give them counseling. They can speak to a family member, because Walter has such a huge family support to back him up. If you would speak to any family member individually, with no one hearing each other, they're all going to speak highly, upright, all good about my son, because he is a good person, and he will be a very productive young man in the society as of today. I love my son. He is a good person. If I thought my son needs to stay in there, I would honestly say that. My son, Walter Roy Aswell III.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Aswell. We appreciate your remarks. We have to move on. We'd like to hear from Sarah now. Sarah, go ahead. No, you're still muted.
Yeah, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, I thank the board for having this hearing today for my brother, and I agree with what my brother's statement was, the warden's statement, my mother's statement, and I'm just here in support, and I do believe it is time for Walter to be released. He's completed all programs, never had a disciplinary report. He is very intelligent, and he will be of good service to the community that he will be in, to society as a whole. And he is a very, very regretful. He is going to do wonders in the community. He has goals that he would like to accomplish in our society. He'd like to be some type of motivational speaker, as well as open a small business. And I believe in all of his dreams, and he will accomplish them, as well as he got his associate's degree. He's continuing to work on his bachelor's degree. And thank y'all again for having this hearing for him and the opportunity to be released. And that's all I have to say at the moment, and I can give further statements if needed.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, we'd like to hear, we'll take testimony from victims, and we'd start with Zoom. If we could hear from Chad Cassard, please. You're still on Zoom, you're still muted. There you go.
I'm Chad Cassard. I appreciate y'all having me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I'm up at the hospital with my father. There's not a day that goes by that I don't remember April 11th. I mean, April 20th, 2011. That morning was a very stressful morning that I'll never forget. I fought in litigations for 5 years. My family's been through hell. I've been through hell. Every time I drive down Highway 26, I don't forget what happened that day. And the way I feel, he had an opportunity to go to trial. He decided to take a 25-year plea with the understanding he had no eligibility for parole or probation. And my thoughts is, I feel he should have to do that 25 years. He had an opportunity then. He had an opportunity to stop when we initially tried to stop them. Instead, they fired upon us and fled for 12 miles into another state. Then, when we disabled the vehicle, they continued to flee on foot. That's my thoughts. I think he needs to stay, but it's totally up to y'all.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Cassar. Now, does your wife also want to speak?
Let me see if I can get her out the room.
Okay.
Candy, they want to speak to you.
Okay. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is there any input you want to give us on your husband's behalf in the matter of Walter Aswell?
Well, I can also just give you my perspective as his wife. And he is a father of 4 children. People make bad choices all the time, and sure, there is redemption for some. However, the actions that they took that day and decided upon, and he was there for it, could have taken him away from his 4 children, could have taken him away from us. We don't get clemency. We don't get a pardon for the events that happened that day. I literally am laying next to him when he wakes up at night, sweating down, and none of that. There is no pardon for it. Their cars look like Swiss cheese from that day. And of course they shot back because that's what they have to do. In today's age, you should not be able to go rob a bank, shoot at numerous officers who literally put the uniform on knowing what they're doing, and they're going to protect and serve. And he protected and served that day. I think the fact that he even asked for a pardon is ludicrous. He should have to serve his time. He has been
12, 13 years. 12 years.
Yeah, 12 years. It's been 12 years. Is it 13?
13 years.
13 years. It seems like yesterday, though, for us. And there is no pardon for any of us whatsoever.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for taking the time. I know you explained where y'all are. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us. We do appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. We appreciate y'all. Thank you.
All right. And here with us, we have Mr. Seals.
Seals, as Chaz reiterated, that day was just a nightmare back then. It had affected my life in numerous ways. Especially since that day I had to go home and tell my little kids that their daddy almost lost their life. Coming within 6 inches, I had a bullet hit me in the head. One stopped behind my head, one hit my door. Piece landed on my leg, the other piece landed in the driver's seat. They chose to do this. They could have stopped. He can't say that he was in control of the vehicle also. At any time he could have pulled over. They chose to continue to get away and continue to try to kill us. There were numerous people walking down the side of the street while they were shooting out the vehicle. Other cars passing, they were shooting still. No regard for anybody's life. Nobody's. He chose to take that 25 years. He knew what he would get into as far as no parole or no benefits. He agreed to that. So I don't see how, he's asking for that. He's changed everybody's life. I mean, like I said, I still do this, put my uniform on every day to go to work, protect citizens and everything. And I know what it entails, my job. However, coming that close to lose my life just for disregard, you know, disregarding everybody's life that they try to take. Yes, I don't see how it's, you know, possible he's asking for something. That's my thought for it. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your service. All right, Mr. Aswell, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his question?
Okay, Mr. Aswell, on that day, were you high or drunk?
The morning of the incident, I had been smoking synthetic marijuana. So I mean, I was under the influence of some mind-altering substances, yes, sir.
What kind of treatment have you received since you've been in prison?
I have taken part in the 12-step program. I've done Alcoholics Anonymous. I've taken part in Narcotics Anonymous meetings. I've even done a Drug Dealers Anonymous meeting. I've taken substance abuse classes. Any and all mental health programs that have been offered here, sir, that I have signed up for, I've sat in on, and I've taken part of, so that I could address those issues of feeling a need to take some type of substance and alter my mind state to escape reality rather than deal with it.
Did you have a firearm that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had purchased the ammunition, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you fire your firearm?
No, sir. I didn't shoot at anybody.
But what went through your mind? You didn't think about stopping that Jeep once he went to shoot? Or you just were just.
Once the police officers got behind us and everything started getting out of control the way that it did, I was in fear that I honestly believed if I had tried to pull over or to stop in any sort of way, I was afraid that the person I was with might have shot me. I honestly did not know what to do as the incident was unfolding. I was terrified, and it doesn't justify my actions whatsoever. I do realize that. I know there's no excuse for what took place that day, and I sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, I wish more than anything I could take it back. But I was scared, and I ran.
Okay. So, you know, you took a plea bargain, you know, you took the 25 years and quite frankly, you know, you got a very, very, very good deal. I mean, this could have been 25, 25, 25 consecutive instead of just 25 together. You do have opposition from the DA and the sheriff. As you just noted, your mother and your sister talked on your behalf. We've heard from some of the victims. And I may repeat their names, but I just want to say that Miranda Myers was opposed, Scott Seals was opposed, Chief Shannon Lyons was opposed, Chad Cassard was opposed with his statement he gave us, and Captain Miller was opposed. So you had a lot of opposition, and I mean, I know you can't do much about that, but you did have a lot of opposition. How about write-up, Warden? Has he had any write-ups?
No, sir, Mr. Freeman, he's remained right up free on his entire incarceration.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, any other questions?
I have no.
All right, I don't see, Mr. Aswell, I don't see any other questions, so I think the board's prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman will be voting first.
Okay, Mr. Aswell, as I stated, you know, you've taken a ton of classes, you've done very well, your disciplinary record is great. But to me, the bottom line is, you know, you took a plea bargain, and to me, a very lenient plea bargain. So my vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Mr. Freeman with law enforcement opposition and victims.
Mr. Prater.
I concur, and it's just ridiculous. I think that you would even apply for this after the shooting at the police, robbing a bank, and all of that. The lady we just heard before us, she had been sentenced to 20 years for one-armed robbery when nobody was hurt. no chasing, no shooting at the police or anything like that. You got a good deal. I think a good deal would be for you to serve the rest of your time.
And I do concur with my colleagues. I do appreciate that you've done well in prison. You've been an asset to the institution, and the remarks that the warden said about you, but based on the plea agreement that you agreed to and the opposition that's been expressed here today, my vote today is also to deny. Good luck to you, Mr. Aswell. That concludes our business at DCI. We're going to sign off at 10:30.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Louisiana State Penitentiary. It's 10:35 a.m. on Monday, February 10th, 2025. We are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. With the staff there at Angola, please introduce yourself for the record.
Reginald Lamoureux, classification.
Carmen Shipley, offender records, and Warden Benoit is here. He stepped out for a moment. He'll be right back.
Okay, thank you. We got some feedback coming from somewhere.
Yeah, we got it. We cut it off.
Okay, good. Thank you. So our first case is Mr. Gladney. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
James Gladney, 96496.
All right, Mr. Gladney, before we start our process, I'd like to acknowledge the folks who have joined us by Zoom in support. We have your sister, Miss Johnson, Kendrick McCurdy, your niece, John Morgan, your nephew, and another niece, Adobian Johnson. Is it Margaret Johnson, your sister? Is that your sister's name?
Ma'am.
And let's see, Margaret, Kendrick, and John will be speaking on your behalf. We'll call on them at the appropriate time. Also by Zoom in opposition, we have Joyce Walker, and Annette Sanchez, and here with us in Baton Rouge, we have Jonathan Pruitt. Jonathan and Joyce will be speaking at the appropriate time. We'll ask them to do so. Let me just read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Gladney. You're classified as a second felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. Let's see, you were sentenced in BAYOU Parish, January of 1982 for first-degree rape and armed robbery. You received a life sentence on the rape, 40 years on the armed robbery. You have another sentencing date also in BAYOU, March 2nd, 1982. First-degree rape, you received a 75-year sentence. Also armed robbery, you received first-degree rape was life, armed robbery 75 years. Those are running consecutively. So you're serving a life sentence. Mr. Gladney, is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Gladney, before we hear from the folks that want to speak today, we want to hear from you. Why are you in prison? What led you to prison? Why have you submitted an application for commutation of your life sentence? And why do you think we ought to vote to grant your request?
First of all, I'm in prison because of my crime, what I did. I made some bad choices, some bad decisions that caused me to be here. I come here in 1982, and I actually thought I was, I thought I was, mentally I had it together. I thought I was a man mentally, but mentally I found out after coming here, learning the different programs, working, learning commitment, learning what responsibility is, learning different things here that I was really a kid. My understanding level was very low. I matured here in Angola, and I entered into a lot of programs that was helpful for me, that helped me out. I facilitate programs now as well, as far as giving back to the community and all that, But I thought I had it together before I came here, before I, in 82, I thought sure that I had it together, but I found out that I really was an immature kid. I grew up here in Angola. I learned a lot here, I could really say that coming to Angola actually helped me because I was on a path probably to getting myself killed or something like that. So I think Angola was the best thing that could happen for me. I grew up here. I just, that would be my statement. I like to also say that I'm truly sorry. I'm truly regretful what I did, the crimes I did, that I committed. And, if it was any way that I could rewrite this book, I would rewrite it myself, and I would write it where, I would harm myself before I would harm anybody else. I became a Christian here as well.
when my mother died in 2013. And my whole insight changed. I ain't the same person that I was when I came in this gate, in 1982, So.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir. Mr. Warden, is the warden make it in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good morning, Warden. Is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Gladney?
Well, he's a class, I'm trying to see what class trustee is. He's a class C based on his sentence. He's been here a long time, as he told you. He's no problem for us. He's taken advantage of a lot of our programs. He's got a low Tiger score. He come here, I think, when he was about 22. Been here a long time. 65 now, so he's aged out. He's no problem.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your input.
Yes,
We'll hear from folks who want to speak on your behalf. And first, could we hear from your sister, Ms. Margaret Johnson?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Margaret Johnson, and I am his sister. And what I like to say is that my brother has changed since he got there, and he has become a Christian, and I'm very proud of him. He left when I was 21, and he was 23. And so much has happened since he left. There's no family members left but one. He's the only brother I have. I'm the only sister. So it's just us two, and now I'm sick. And I've been diagnosed with a few things, and I'm just praying and hoping that he can come home. That was my mother's prayer, that she lived long enough for him to come home, and she didn't make it. But I'm still here, and I'm still standing strong, and I'm still trusting and believing God that those doors will and can be opened. And like I said, he left when I was young. I was 21, he was 23. I'm 63 and he's 65, and we only got each other, and I'm very sickly now. And I would love to have my brother at my side. There's so many things that we could try to catch up on, but I know we'll never live long enough to catch up on it. But I just need him home. I need him home. I need him home, and I'm just asking for mercy of the board that they would consider the time he been gone. All the family members are gone. The only thing I have is my two girls, and that's wearing and tearing them out. So it would be nice. It would be a blessing to have him home at my side. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Miss Jakendrick McCurdy. You're still on mute.
I'm sorry. I'm Jakendrick McCurdy, and I'm James Gladney's niece. I would really love for him to come home so we can get to know him. I grew up on the phone getting to know my uncle, but I want to know him in person. And I feel like he missed out on a lot of us growing up. He was locked up when I was born, so I never seen him. I only grew up with him on the phone and seen pictures of him. And I have 3 kids of my own, and I want him to be involved in their lives as well, because we need our uncle. He's the only uncle I have left. And that's all I have to say at the moment.
Yeah. Well, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. And
Thank
we
you.
also have John Morgan.
Hello, how you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing just fine.
Great. What would you like us to know?
I'd like to speak on behalf of Unc. We can really use him out. The family really needs him right now. With his wisdom, he's changed a lot, and I know he's truly sorry for what he's done. And I can feel it every time we talk. And we need another strong male out. It's mostly ladies in his family. His sister's really sick. Um, he has his nieces, and everybody just wants him out. It's a lot of catching up and things we have to do. And I feel like that he's a better man. Like he said, he was a kid, and we all make mistakes. Things happen, and I feel like he's paid. He's done his time and he's beat himself up enough. And me and him talk about it a lot. And he's worried about his sister. He lost most of his family since he's been down there. And he has family here that loves him, and we're going to do everything we can for him while he's out. He has places he could be, he could stay. Um, so it would be just a positive for us if we can just get him out and just complete this family for whatever time that we have left. You know, to get to know each other. Everybody wants to get to know him. You got kids, babies, nieces that he wants to see and get to know. And I want to do a lot with him. Um, it's just a lot on this family, right now, and it's been torment. It's been that torture's been there for so long, and everybody's feeling it. And I just think that hey, it's time, and we love him, and we would love to have him out. And that's about it. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Appreciate you taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Now we'll hear from those in opposition. First, could we hear from Jonathan Pruitt?
Morning, board. My name is Jonathan Pruitt. Susan and Sanchez Pruitt's youngest son. First, I would like to acknowledge that I've heard what his family has to say. However, it is my mom and I believe that true repentance, true being sorry, means accepting punishment for your actions. So that is one of the reasons why I stand with my mom against letting Gladney back in home. Other thing, it's one thing to say that you have changed, but true change in the inmate could not be quantified unless he was out. So just saying he has changed while he is still incarcerated doesn't prove anything. I would also, if would forgive me for using the language term, my mom is the BARRACKS. My mom came forward after the events that happened to her on her own, and she is here again today. She's been a very strong woman, and though I was born after the events that took place, I've always known my mom to be strong, facing any trials she's gone through. However, her reaction, her demeanor, everything changed whenever she heard his name again. That is a pain that, though she has not shown it, she has carried these many, many years. And though Ms. Gladney would suggest that there's anything he could do to ease that pain, to show his atonement, that my mom and I believe that he only show his atonement by fulfilling his initial sentence.
Yes, sir. Thank you. By Zoom, we have Joyce Walker.
Good morning.
Morning.
My sister is a strong woman, but still she has had to live with this for so many years. And with this coming up with Mr. Gladney, she's living it all over again. And to see her traumatized again is it breaks my heart. And she, you know, when he said, you know, stuff happens, you know, what Gladney did was not like simple as stuff happens. He made that decision to rape my sister, and you know, he might be sorry now, but she's still suffering from what happened. So it's not like you know, it happens. Not like when you have a flat tire on the side of the road. Um, you know, it's easy for him to do all these things behind bars. But whenever he gets into the real world, a lot has changed since he's been in prison. And he can make it behind bars, but it doesn't necessarily mean he can make it out in the real world. So I'm totally against him being out, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today.
Thank you.
Mr. Gladney, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions he may have?
Good morning, Mr. Gladney. How are you?
Fine.
Good. How old were you when this crime happened?
21.
21. Were you doing drugs then, or were you on drugs?
I drank. I never did drugs.
You never did drugs? How long have you been incarcerated?
Almost 44 years.
44 years. So, did you get your GED?
I graduated from high school.
Oh, you did?
Yes,
Or did you get any more education after then?
No,
How long did you serve in the military?
almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years. Okay. I have no more questions.
Any questions?
Yeah.
I want to, you were dishonorably discharged from the military, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You did some time in Leavenworth.
Yes, ma'am.
So you were on federal supervision for that offense that occurred while you were in the Marine Corps in Japan. You were released from Leavenworth in 1980 and were on supervision. And so as a result, there's still a federal detainer that's active. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then while you were in the parish jail in Bossier, there was 3 different attempted escapes.
I believe so, yeah.
All right. I don't have any other questions, Mr. Gladney, and I don't see any by my colleagues. So I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis will vote first.
Mr. Gladney, at this time, you have strong opposition from several judges, law enforcement, sheriff, DA. My vote's going to be to deny.
Mr. Prater.
My vote is to deny because of the terrible nature of the crime. There were multiple victims, and I can't do anything but deny.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur with Mr. Prater and Mr. Tiller.
And Mr. Gladney, I'm glad to hear from the ward you're doing well where you're at. Based on the very strong opposition that's in the record, what we've heard today, my vote today is going to be also to deny. So today your application's been denied.
Like, he's come back in. If she wanted
All right, we are back in session. We have before us Mr. Holmes. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Holmes. My DOC identification number is 197484.
All right, Mr. Holmes, you are here this afternoon seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Orleans Parish for second-degree murder. You received a life sentence. That was in June of 1995. And then attempted first-degree murder in November of 1991. You received a 50-year sentence. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we get started, sir, I want to recognize that we have some folks, lots of folks who've joined us. I'm not going to go through everybody's name, but we do have their name in the record for everyone who has joined us by Zoom. In support, who will be speaking on your behalf, we have the Parole Project. We also have Pamela Brooks, Deborah Manuel, and Wes Moore, your son, who want to speak on your behalf. I want to acknowledge you have some family members there with you at Angola, two sons, Charles Holmes and Chris Keys. Thank y'all for being there. Here, on Zoom, also in opposition, we have the victim's brother, Bruce George, here with us in Baton Rouge. Also, family of victim is Glenn George and Linda Holmes. Ms. Linda will be speaking at the appropriate time. We'll ask her to do so. So before we get into hearing from the folks that want to speak, Mr. Holmes, we'd like for you to tell us why'd you submit an application for clemency? You know, why are you in jail? Why are you asking for relief? And why do you think we ought to vote in your favor today?
30 years ago, ma'am, I didn't take much sense to responsibility. I was foolish. And most of all, I was selfish. I'm responsible solely for taking the life of my brother, Jerry Holmes. It's been a long road for my family, which has been divided. I've done many things in my life that I'm not proud of. I do have a past. But I have been working on myself through the self-help groups and programs that the Louisiana Penitentiary offers to me. Most of all, I stick with the religious or the Christian part of the programming that I've received. There's not a morning that I wake up that I don't think about the serenity prayer, because I have found some peace. There's not a night that I go to bed that I don't sit and I say the Our Father's prayer from Matthew, the book of Matthew. I know I can't give my family back what I took from them, but I am sorry, very remorseful. My friends, my mother and father died. I felt like my actions took some days off of their lives. They're no longer with us. And now all I have is the family that I see at the rodeo, and they come visit me. I miss Jerry. He was a brother. He was a man that his life was taken by my hands, my fault, no one else. He wasn't an ordinary man. He was a good son, and he was the best of brothers. He bought me my motorbike, my first motorbike at 14 years old. That was my brother. We hunt, we fish together, and he didn't deserve what happened to him. If I could turn back the hands of time, I would rather it would be me instead of him. I wasn't living right. I put everything before God, and that's where my problem started at. And now I put God before everything else. Linda, Jerry, Justin, and Janae, I am so sorry for what I did. And to my family and the friends. And I ask that this board grant me clemency, not because of the man who I was, but the man who I am today. I am no longer that person, and nor will I ever be that person. And that is why I'm asking for clemency, to give back as they have given me. And that is all that I ask for.
All right, thank you, sir. Warden Benoit, what can you tell us about Mr. Holmes?
He's a Class A trustee, lives at Camp F. He's a janitor. Excellent conduct record, only 4 DB reports. His last report was in 2007. He's Malachi dad, anger management, victim awareness, has a low Tiger score. No problem. No problem.
Good deal. Thank you. All right, we'd like to hear from folks in support. First, we'd like to hear from the Parole Project.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to support Mr. Holmes at this clemency process. Should this board look at his remorse and his record, as the warden just said, 4 DBs in 30 years. He's 62 years old. He's completed the programming and continues to be involved in program. He's in Celebrate Recovery currently. We would be happy to support Mr. Holmes in his reentry needs by providing him the services he would need. Obviously, you can see he has support, the support system here. But we're here to support Mr. Holmes should this board make him eligible, and should this process go forward. If he ever has a parole hearing or a release date, Parole Project would be here.
All right, good. Thank you, sir. Let's hear from Wes Moore, your son.
Hey, how you doing this morning?
Good morning. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Speaking on the behalf of my daddy, I do feel like he is taking responsibility for what he did, taking my uncle away. But I also hope if he's granted to see another day outside of prison, he reconcile what happened. He always talked about trying to bring us together. Me, absolutely meeting that side of the family real deep into it, besides just my first cousins, and hope he can do that. Love you, Dad.
All right, thank you. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Could we hear from Deborah Emanuel, please?
Good morning. I am in support of Mr. Holmes. He's been a great friend, a confidant. He supports family. He's very strong-willed with family, and he supports our friends. My support for being here is to help him to regain entry back into the life cycle, the work cycle, to be a part of community services that will help young men not make the same mistake, not have anger issues, but to go forth with strength, with knowledge, and with wisdom. I pray that you all will grant him clemency, because he has stood the test of time. He's 62 years old. He's had a lot of regrets, a lot of remorse, and he's still trusting God to see him through this process. I thank you for taking the time to hear from me. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here. Pamela Brooks.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good morning. I am an ordained minister since 2009, and I've served as an assistant minister in my church. I met Charles in 2016, and since then we have developed a strong friendship. We've had many, many conversations over the things that caused him to be incarcerated. He's expressed great remorse and sincere regret for his actions. We have prayed for his family and friends to forgive him. Additionally, he has asked God to forgive him for his action. With that being said, I would like Charles to return to society once again so that he can become an active member of his family. Additionally, Charles will have a stable home and support system, which will include myself and his immediate family. We are all willing to assist him with maintaining employment and furthering his education should he choose that path. I support Charles in his desire to have an opportunity to spend quality time with his children, grandchildren, and other family members and friends. I will assist him in that if needed. All in all, I personally believe that The release of Charles would be the best thing for everyone. We are all aware of the opposition that may be presented. However, Charles has expressed his realization of this and stated his deep regret and actions on the day that changed everyone's life. Based on our numerous conversations and visits, Charles has shown me that he is taking advantage of the system that is designed to rehabilitate those that are incarcerated. He has taken steps to correct and control his temper and or anger now and in the future. Although it may sound like a cliche, Charles is a totally different person from the individual that was incarcerated. More so, I have experienced his growth over the years that we've known each other. His calm demeanor has even had an influence over me. After being incarcerated for the past 30 years, I believe with my whole heart that Charles will not be a threat to society or to anyone. Also, should he be given a second chance, I believe that everyone should be given a second chance once they mature and acknowledge the errors of their ways. And this is something that Charles has done. So with all that I've said, I sincerely ask and pray that Charles be granted clemency and or parole and allowed to return home and to society and to live out the remainder of his days. And I thank you so very much for listening to me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. All right, we, as I mentioned, here in opposition, we have Linda Holmes representing the victim. Could we hear from you, Ms. Holmes?
Morning and greetings to the party board. I'm Linda Holmes. I'm making an impact statement in reference to Charles Wesley Holmes Jr. 19744. My late husband was Jerry Holmes Sr. He was the oldest brother of the offender Charles Holmes. On Friday, July 15, 1994, at about 3 in the afternoon, at 2432 Dumaine Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, Charles Holmes Jr. went there where he knew his brother Jerry would be getting his hair cut after work because we wanted to engage with that evening, Jerry and myself. Charles approached him in front of a crowd of about 10 people and pulled a gun. He told, Jerry told him to go to the Veterans Administration Hospital to visit and make amends with his father, Charles Wesley Holmes Sr., because Charles had pulled a gun on his father and caused his daddy to have a massive heart attack. Jerry Holmes Sr. just asked him to get away from here, and because he was saying, go and see about your dad and go and apologize. But anyway, at that time, he turned his back to Charles Holmes Jr. and pulled his arm behind his back, and he put the gun to the back of his head and threw his brains to the and gushed out on the sidewalk. Kenneth Brazil, an ATF agent for alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, was present. He was Jerry's friend, and he's also a paramedic. And he testified in open court in May of 1995 to that fact. Shortly after that, the police were called to the scene, and Charles Holmes Jr. lingered around the scene and was caught by police a few hours later, urinating near the famous Tookie Chase restaurant on Orleans Avenue, about 3 blocks away. During his arrest, the arresting officer was Othello Thomas, was at the scene, and also one of his classmates was an arresting officer, Tyrone Martin. He pulled the same gun to the officer's forehead, pulled the trigger, and it just so happened the gun did not go off. During the court proceedings and sentencing, Charles Holmes Jr. issued a definitive and outright threat in open court. And he said, I am going to get everybody who testified against me. And that includes you, Judge Calvin Johnson, who was the sitting judge. And as a result, he was given natural life plus 50 years for the murder of his brother and the threats that he issued to a presiding judge of the New Orleans Criminal District Court, the arresting officer, and all persons testifying, which I was the first person on the stand. I was a young mother. I had young children, 7 and 10, his niece and nephew, soldiers served. He also told he would never had told us he would never have the possibility of parole or probation because of the heinous situation and nature of such a criminal and unusual crime. And it was like Cain and Abel, because Jerry was the good brother, and he just didn't want that kind of life. When Judge Johnson asked him on the trial in May of 1995, why did you kill your brother? Charles Holmes Jr. answered, this is a quote, he pissed me off. Jerry was Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Everybody liked him, and nobody liked me. Look at all the people are here today. And at that time, I had about 33 people from my family side, and only his father came to the court. No one else. I want just to tell you something about Jerry, my husband. He continued on and said, Jerry had everything. He had 2 jobs. He had a wife for the job, a car, a truck, 2 boats. And he was giving me his old boat. He was supposed to go out fishing or whatever. The next day, he was purchasing a new boat. So he was giving him his old boat, his brother. The lawyer for the state asked Charles Holmes to demonstrate in court how he killed his brother. He got up, he went over to the evidence table. The lawyer said, you pretend that you are your brother. And I'm sorry, he said that I'll be your brother and you be yourself. The lawyer stood with his back facing Charles Holmes, and Charles Holmes proceeded to put his arm around his back and his throat, put the gun to the back of the attorney's head, and pulled the trigger in the court, illustrating how he killed his brother. At the end of the display, he said in court, that is how I killed my brother. That was very devastating.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Holmes. Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
we do have this information in the record. If you don't mind, would you wrap it up for us this morning?
Yes, okay,
Thank
cut
you.
to the chase. As a result, I had to raise 2 kids alone. It was a lot. I had big dreams for my children. Jerry had big dreams. Mr. Holmes has the ability to see his children, to cut their lives come to fruition. I had 7-year-old and 10. I had sent them to school. I sent them to college. I sent them, he's gotten some other things that happened. And even though he's behind bars, these children are in person. He got to see their life. And that's just about everybody's dream, is to work hard and to do things and to see your children grow up and make something out of themselves. And I personally would not be an asset to society, because I don't think that the change of time, and he was promised a natural life. I think he should serve his sentence to probation and fulfill that. I think that would help, and I don't think it would be to his benefit to get out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. We appreciate you being here today. All right, Mr. Holmes, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer any questions he may have?
Okay, Mr. Holmes, Miss Linda went over a lot of the stuff I was gonna go over. But when you were arrested, did you attempt to try to shoot the police officer?
At that time when the case was going on, sir, I was so intoxicated, I have no memory of that last part of that case, the part of being arrested by Officer Othello Thomas, who they said in the record was also assisted by Tyrone Martin. That
Right.
part of the case, sir, I have no recollection of it.
Okay, because they said you wasn't going to jail, and so you pulled a gun, but they were lucky and it misfired. So, and were intoxicated, you were arrested. Had you tried to shoot your other brother back in 1991?
I did shoot at the car, sir. I will admit that.
All right, and I see you had a drinking problem. You had 6 DWIs. What kind of substance abuse have you taken to try to get rid of that drinking problem?
Sir,
that you've been through?
I took AA. and I live by the serenity. I can't, he can, so I let him. That's how I live every day.
Okay. Were you kind of jealous of your brother? I mean,
No way, no way. Me and my brother was like twins. We love one another. When you seen one, you seen the other one. My brother was my mentor. He was part of my trinity. My mother, my father, my brother Jerry. They were my trinity.
So angry that you want to kill him.
That particular day, sir, I was not trying to kill my brother. Yes, my brother fell. Yes, I am the reason that my brother died. I am so sorry for how that happened, but it did not go down like they said it did. But I am solely responsible. I caused it, and I'm sorry for tearing my family apart. I'm sorry for being the one to kill my brother. My brother didn't deserve what happened to him. I would sit here right now today, sir, and if I could change places, I would, because I know he was a good brother.
Okay, and you're a vet? You served in the military?
Yes, sir.
What type of discharge you received?
I had an honorable discharge, sir.
Okay, and you do any community service at the prison?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what kind of community service you do? You any clubs or?
Anytime one of my officers, warden, colonel, majors, asks us for, like recently, I went to RC, we had to clean up because there's gonna be just some convicts moved around or whatever. Holidays, we do barbecuing, me and Victor Jackson. If I'm asked to go over to speak with the guys on death row, which is my job, I go over and minister with them, whatever it may be. Anytime one of my officers tell me or ask me of something, I do it.
And I do applaud your disciplinary record. You have a good disciplinary record. I have no further questions.
All right.
No question. Yeah, I have a question.
Mr. Tillers?
Mr. Holmes, I heard you say it didn't go down the way they're saying it. Very briefly, how did it go down, in your opinion?
My brother was fussing at me about talking crazy to him in front of his friends. Yes, I was talking crazy to him, as I said. Because of my lack of discipline, I was fussing at him about not going to see Dad. One thing led to another, and it got heated up. I pulled a gun out of my back pocket and I shot it in the air. Yes, I did. Kenneth Basil thought I shot my brother in the abdomen somewhere. I did not. I shot the gun in the air. In the process,
You shot it
in the air. Yes, I did not shoot my brother in the torso of his back. I did not. I wasn't even trying. In the process, my brother hollered, "Junior, let's get a drink." My brother passed to my right shoulder as I was putting that gun in my pocket. I heard my brother, and so did the other people hollering, "No, that's Junior. That's my little brother." I turned around. The gun was never put up. Kenneth Basil, which I did not even know Kenneth. Kenneth talking about he knew me. I did not even know Kenneth. No, I didn't. Kenneth Basil was pointing the gun. My brother was between him and me. I reached up for my brother's shoulder. My gun went off. You know the rest of the story. I'm here because of my lack of discipline, my selfishness. Just didn't think it could hurt. It was gonna happen like that.
So you did shoot him?
Yes, yes, the gun was in my hand when it went off. Yes, it was. And I'm responsible for my brother's death and the dismemberment of my family.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Holmes, I don't see any other questions. I do believe that the board is prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
You know, Mr. Holmes, I look at your case and you spent 30 years, you've done good in prison. But it's very concerning that you had shot at another brother, you attempted to shoot the police officer that was arresting you. Lucky for him, the gun misfired. And you know, you just got to do your time for things like that. And 30 years is not really much to serve on a life sentence. So my vote today is to deny, but for you to keep doing what you're doing, and hopefully it'll change in the future.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Freeman. My vote's to deny.
Mr. Prater?
I concur. Deny.
And Mr. Holmes, I do, my vote is the same because I think 30 years is insufficient time on the life sentence. Your record does concern me too. There's a record of aggravated assault against your wife and the others that Mr. Freeman has mentioned. You have taken classes, and I think that you're trying to get back to your community where you're at. And I think that, hopefully if you keep up doing what you do and you reapply, you'll have a different outcome once you served a little more time. Today, sir, your application's due tonight. Good luck to you. All right, good morning. Mr. Harris, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Ma'am, my name is Paul Harris, and my DOC number is 118759.
All right, Mr. Harris, and I want to acknowledge the significant group of folks you have there with you at Angola who are here in support of your application for clemency. I'm not going to read everybody's name. into the record, but we will put them in the record. We have a list of everybody who's there. I will say that you have Ronell Booty, your son, who wants to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Frederick Harris, your nephew, and Paul Taylor also want to speak on your behalf. So at the appropriate time, we'll ask them to do that. Also representing the victim we have with us by Zoom, we have Valerie Narcisse, and she'll be speaking at the appropriate time also. First, Mr. Harris, let me take care of some identifying information. You are classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a life sentence. You were sentenced in Lafayette Parish in September 14, 1987 for a first-degree rape conviction. Is all that correct?
That is correct.
So, Mr. Harris, before we hear from the folks there who want to speak on your behalf, tell us, why are you in jail? Why did you submit an application for clemency? And why do you believe that you are worthy of a favorable recommendation?
Well, first of all, I'm a totally different man from the time that I was at 22 years old when I first got my arresting. And now I'm 66 years old. And I'm a totally changed person. I am not the person that at that particular time when I was 20 years ago. So, and I've done a lot of things here to change my life. I got into programs. I have took time and got into churches, got back with God and asked him to help me and guide me and protect me. I have done so much trying to change my life and getting my life together. And I'm here today on the board and asking this board to look down upon me and give me a chance. And I once had a pardon and I never got it signed. So I'm here again today pleading with y'all, hoping that y'all will find it in your heart to give me another chance in life. I got grandkids I don't know. I got nephews and nieces I don't know. I would truly would love to see them and get to know my people and try to understand what's going on. And I mean, it's been a long time. Yes, ma'am.
So part of the question that I asked, I know it's a multi-part question, but what did you do? Why are you in jail?
Well, I enlisted in several programs. I have Thinking for a Change.
What was your crime? What I'm getting at is what did you do? What is your crime?
My crime is aggravated rape.
What did you do?
What I'd benefit of parole is suspended of sentence.
What did you do?
The truth is, I'm not the person that committed the crime, but then I accepted that. I filed a motion, the DA filed a motion to have my evidence destroyed. I had BARRACKS that took my case, and BARRACKS was supposed to do the DNA test for me. But because the evidence had been destroyed and I didn't have the evidence to prove that, he was forced to release my case, and I had no way to prove it now. So I had to accept that, and I did that. And I am truly sorry for both families for what the pain and suffering that they both families had to go through, my family and their family. But I mean, there's no way I can prove my innocence now because I don't have the evidence.
Okay, I understand. So we'll hear from Warden Benoit. Let's talk to Warden Benoit. Let's see what he has to say about you.
All right, he's a minimum B, works in groundskeeper, lives in Spruce 4 on the yard. 3 DB reports, his last one was in 18. He's taken substance abuse 100 hours.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have on my list. He's got a low tiger score.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to those who want to speak in support. Let's hear from your son, Ronell, first.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Ronell Booty. I'm 48. I'm Paul Harris' only child. I have 7 kids, 6 grandkids, and they thrill about their grandfather. When they was younger, they used to travel here all the time with my moms, and this month make a year anniversary that she passed. Her and my daddy had plans to get back together. Wouldn't you know, that would have been wild, great for me, but certain circumstances and my emotions is all over the place. And I just would ask y'all to find it in your heart to, give him a chance, give me a chance to know my father, give my kids a chance to know their grandfather. Like I'm not a trouble guy. I haven't been in trouble in my life. He has a lot of support. The grandkids waiting for him. I'm waiting for him. As we see, we a lot over here, nothing but support to help him transition back into the regular world. All I'm asking for, because when he left, I'm 48. I was maybe 6 years old. I can't get the 42 years back. I can't say if he guilty or not. I wasn't there. I don't know the circumstances. We never talked about it. But I do believe he's sorry for whatever happened. I had a chance to meet the victim. May she rest in peace. I know her son. We have a great rapport. And I'm just asking for a chance to know my dad, and let my kids know their grandfather and see where we come from. This is all I have left. My mama gone, that was like my wife, my number one. And I'm just asking for a chance to know my daddy beyond these walls. That's all I ask for. He's a great man from what I know. I haven't been in jail and caught up in the streets, and he helped raise me over a phone and through visits. So I know if he could help me be a man, I could only imagine the type of man he would be on the outside. So I'm just asking for a chance for us to grow the rest of whatever time we got left, just to grow together and just enjoy each other for whatever we got left. That's all I'm asking for. And I sincerely appreciate y'all, and I appreciate y'all for your time. Just please give us a chance to be together. Instead of coming, drive 2 hours to see a man that I love with everything in me that I'm just like.
Yes.
I just need a chance. That's it. He need a chance. We need a chance, please. I appreciate y'all and thank y'all for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Boutte. We appreciate you being there. Mr. Frederick Harris, could we hear from you now?
How you doing? How y'all doing? My name is Frederick Harris. I'm the nephew of Paul Harris, and he raised me. I lost my mom at a real young age, and Paul was there for me all my life. And the woman that they said that happened with him and his woman, whatever happened, it happened, ladies and gentlemen. All we asking y'all is, it's 40 years. He deserved another chance. Like I said, I lost my mom, young kid. He raised me. He taught me how to box. I went to college. I did all these things. When I got in trouble, and I'm not talking about no major trouble, but he was there. He sent me law books from the prison to help me learn to be a better person, instill in me to learn about life and learn the law. And he's helped so many people in prison while he's been in here these 40 years. He's helped so many people get out, but he's having a hard time getting himself out. So we asking y'all, please, it's 40 years. I mean, he didn't kill nobody. He deserves another chance, and that's all we asking for. Just give him one chance. We appreciate y'all, and y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you. Mr. Paul Taylor.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Paul Taylor from Lafayette. I'm a former police officer for 32 years, and this is my my little cousin, if I may say. it's endless information I can give about the kind of person he is and the things he's done to help other people. Being a police officer, I've learned a lot of things that sometimes happens, and during that time, people change. Now, he's been gone from us for a lot of years, and he still has the propensity of helping others. And we need that opportunity. If you would give it to us, we ask you, please, in your heart, see a way to get him out of here. We need him. Our family needs him. Without a doubt, you can see the support and love that's following him. I'm also going to be his, he's going to be one of my employees. I have a restaurant in Lafayette called Lumberjack Soul Food. And I understand they call him Frenchy and he can cook. So we're going to see what kind of food he can bring to the table. We established, but we can use his help. He'll have a job. He's going to have support. He's going to have a lot of things that if you give him a chance and an opportunity, he'll be even a better person than he is in here out there. And as we go on, we need him. And we need y'all to see in your heart to give him an opportunity to be the man that he was meant to be. We're not here debating crime. I'm sorry. Oh, we're not here debating the crime. He did the time. Now it's time for him to come home. We're asking, please, that you give him a chance.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
All right, we have on Zoom, we have Valerie Narcisse. We'd like to hear from her.
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Can.
All right. So I have a couple of questions. First, before I talk to Mr. Paul, I would like to ask the board, what classes?
Narcisse,
yes, ma'am.
Speak to us, not you can't, you're not allowed to address Mr. Harris. So speak.
No,
to
that's what okay. Well, I have something to ask you guys. I wanted to know what type of classes has Mr. Paul have completed? Sexual abuse classes.
Okay. Warden Vinoy, can you respond to that?
I'm not showing. He's been backlogged for a very long time, a sex offender class. He hasn't completed any.
Okay.
But I am in one right now.
He's enrolled in that now.
Okay, so out of the time that he's been locked up, like I actually tried to do a one-on-one with him with I guess one of the victim assault. Yes. So out of that time, after the numerous of years that he's been locked up, since I can't address him, not one time did he take any type of class, but now he's taking a class. So I was the little girl that was in that room, and I do understand that people do change. I totally get that or whatever, but it's like, what have you done to prove that you have changed? Like, not admitting to the crime that you have done, which you have sexually assaulted my mother with me in the room, almost killing her, and not even owning up to it. I mean, I don't think you should get out. A person that's really sorry or have changed would have taken at least some type of class in the 30-something years that they have been locked up.
We do have some on record, and I may miss some, but I do have that he is not sex offender treatment. He says he's enrolled in that now. I did make a note that he had not taken that yet, but he's done living in balance, which is a substance abuse class. He's done an anger management class and a pretty extensive what the Department of Correction calls 100 hours pre-release program. Warden, did I miss any other classes that you have?
He took a parenting skills class in 2001.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Narcisse. Any other comments?
No, that's the only comment. I mean, the classes is just not adding. I mean, to me, you telling me taking a parenting class, a substance abuse class. I mean, you already locked up for 30-something years. Like, I don't think substance abuse should have been a class that should have been taken. I'm not giving you not to take it, but the class you should have taken was like sexual assault. like for victims like myself and other victims that probably, you know, went through it or whatever, or maybe in the same situation that you're in currently right now, but you have not done none of that in the whole time that you've been there. So I don't know if you didn't want to take it, like, not to, you know, say that you're guilty, but I mean, the evidence is the evidence. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Ms. Narcisse. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today. That's all the speakers we have this morning. Mr. Harris, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
Mr. Harris, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Were those classes, and the warden can answer this too, excuse me, were those classes available to you that she's talking about?
Yes, sir, they are available.
And why have you not signed up for them before?
Well, I was on backlogs on a lot of the classes. There's so many people here. And finally, when I got the opportunity to take the classes, I started taking them.
He signed up in 2014, Mr. Prater, but he was backlogged a very long time.
Okay, so he's been trying since 2014?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I really don't have any questions. It's just a matter of has he served enough time or not on aggravated such a serious crime? And one of the persons that, and I know they didn't mean this like it sounded, but one of the people that were that's wanting you to get out, one of your friends back there behind you, or relatives, said, well, it's been 40 years and he didn't kill anybody. But when you rape somebody, that's like killing somebody. So I know he didn't mean it the way it sounded, but I just don't want to diminish the severity of the sexual assault, especially with a knife, especially when she's cut, especially when the kids are in the room. But it has been 40 years. And he's got an excellent record at the facility. So anyway, all right, that's all I got.
Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir.
I know you're claiming your innocence, which is your right to do. Why did the dogs track back to your house? Had you been to her house earlier? Why would they go straight to your house?
From my understanding, and the tracking dog, like they said, the dog tracked me from here to here. Well, from what I understand is when the dog tracked me, the dog didn't track me. That's what their report said, that the dog tracked me. Now, he said he went to a trash can where there were food particles in the trash can. Well, he said he didn't check the trash can to find out if there was any evidence or anything in the trash can. I thought that was very significant that he should have checked the trash can and see. He said the dog stayed on the side of the house instead of going to any one of the doors. Well, if the dog actually truly was tracking me, then the dog should have stopped the last part at the door, not on the side of the house. So, and then I had a dog with me. So I figured the only thing that I can understand is he was more attracted to being around the area with the dog.
Okay, I was just curious about that.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. That's all my question.
I want a question.
Mr. Tillis.
Yes, sir.
I heard you say earlier that the evidence was destroyed.
Yes, sir. Mr. Landry filed, which was my DA, he filed a motion to have the evidence destroyed. I had Barry Shack, who actually took my case and said that he would do everything to make sure that I would get a DNA test. I was paying for the DNA test myself out of my pocket. And as soon as the judge granted us to go ahead and have the evidence, Danny Landry finally tells us that the evidence had been destroyed now. So we didn't have the evidence anymore, so there's nothing to test. We can't prove. And I looked at it this way. I said, well, if Mr. Landry knew for sure that I was the perpetrator, well, all he had to do was grant me the evidence and let me prove whether, I mean, it can only do two things. It can show either my guilt or my innocence. So why not grant me and let me have this evidence and have it tested?
Can I ask you a question? So
Yes,
you
sir.
didn't break in her house
No, sir.
and you're saying you didn't rape her?
No, sir. And the evidence that can actually truly shows that everything has, in his report, everything is the way he has it in the report. It says that everything is supposed to be, let me see, how would I put this? In other words, it was circumstantial evidence. Everything is circumstantial. Nothing actually proved and led me and showed that I was actually there. Nothing. Everything was circumstantial, circumstantial. Some tests that he did was, it showed that I'm a non-secretor, she's a secretor. Now, the blood on the jeans came from a non-secretor. If it came from a non-secretor, then how can this be her blood? That's why it was so vital that we had this evidence and proof and tested to show. There's no doubt in my mind, and I know for sure that it would have came back and showed Mr. Landry that I was not the person. That's why I felt that he truly hurried up and got rid of the evidence.
Did you appeal your conviction?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, I did. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am, I did.
All the way up to the Supreme Court of Louisiana?
Well, the courts kept denying me. I said they didn't.
I know. I'm just trying to put on the record that you did file several appeals.
Yes, ma'am.
And with the state, the Third Circuit Court of Appeals, and all the way up to the Supreme Court of Louisiana, and you were not successful with any of those appeals.
Yes, ma'am. Only because I was unable to get a DNA test done.
Okay, so did you know the victim?
Yes, sir, I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, all right. I have no more questions.
All right, any more?
I move for the executive session.
Second. We have a motion and second for executive session. If you call the roll.
Renata,
Yes.
Prater,
Here, yes.
Dennis,
Here, yes.
We're going to be in executive session for just a few moments, Mr. Harris, to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am.
Make a motion that we, return from executive session.
I second.
Motion second to return to regular session. There's no objection. It is 11:58. We're ready to proceed. Mr. Harris, I don't see that there are any more questions. I do believe that the board is prepared to vote. Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Yes, sir. Mr. Harris, I think you've done an excellent job while you've been there as far as your discipline. I think you could have done more in the way of classes maybe, but I understand the backlog and I understand that when you got a sentence like yours, that sometimes you get put on the back burner because of the fact that you had such a sentence. I want you to complete that sex offender class that you're in right now. But my vote, my vote would be to grant your request this time.
To commute his sentence to 99 years with immediate parole.
Yes.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote today, Mr. Harris, I very much encourage you to go take those sex offender classes. But I do vote to grant and to send it to the governor with the recommendation that we commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Yes, sir.
Jealous.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
And I do also agree that to make the recommendation that your sentence be commuted to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. You've got a good record. Your classes are limited. You served a lot of time. So good luck to you, sir. We're going to make that recommendation on your behalf. All right, Mr. Knox, good afternoon, sir. Y'all are still on mute there. There we go. Yeah, now we can hear. Mr. Knox, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Bobby Knox, and the DOC number is 382359.
All right, Mr. Knox, good afternoon. I want to acknowledge that we have joining us today a representative from the DA's office in Jefferson Parish that wants to speak, and we'll ask him to do so at the appropriate time. First, I'm going to read some identifying information. Mr. Knox, you're classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish, 2 counts of first-degree rape and molestation of a juvenile, sexual battery. You received a life sentence on the rape, 7 years on the molestation. 10 years and 7 years on the sexual battery. You were sentenced in 1997. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So before we hear from the warden in the DA's office, Mr. Knox, would you tell us why are you in jail? Why have you submitted your application? And why should we vote for you today?
Well, actually, everything you say is true, and I'm just trying to throw myself at the mercy of this court and see what's going on. I'm guilty. I can say that, and I'm sorry about it. I wish I can change it. I can't. And basically, just trying to be a better person at this. I'm not that person I used to be, that's for sure. Yes, I'm not going to use it as an excuse. An alcoholic, drug addict, high potential, big rage, lot of rage. And by being here, his have taught me a lot about myself and what I needed to know about myself. Come a long ways. I watched my mom for 20-some years coming here. 4 years ago, actually going on 5, I seen her walk out that gate right there. And she told me, just hang in there. And I knew that was gonna be the last time I see her. And I just can't go back right now. I just can't go back being that old self of me. I just can't do it. I'm sorry. Please forgive me right now. And I got my sisters, they've been on board tremendously. They wanted to come down, but I asked them not to because I don't know how all this gonna come out right now. I don't want them to just drive here, just on that highway a couple of hours in case nothing. I really don't know. But I'm just asking for forgiveness and mercy.
Okay. Warden Benoit, what can you tell us about Mr. Knox?
He's a Class C trustee, 3 DB reports since he's been here. He's had anger management, 100 hours, parenting skills, and he's completed the 3 phases of sex offender treatment.
Good, thank you.
That's right.
As you mentioned, we had hoped to see some family support even by Zoom, Mr. Knox. We don't have that here today. Hopefully they're watching you on the YouTube channel. So we'll at this time hear from the DA's office, Mr. Meyer.
Good afternoon, Randy Meyer, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish. I spoke with the victim's mother last week. They are very strongly opposed to his request, as you could imagine. Any 34-year-old that did what he did, what Knox did to a 6-year-old child is just unconscionable. We are very strongly opposed. He should not be released from prison. He should not get the benefit of changing his sentence from life without benefits to the potential of getting out, whether it's on parole or any other way. Our society, our children need to be protected from people like Mr. Knox. So we are and shall remain very strongly opposed to his request for a commutation of sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Okay, Mr. Knox, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his question?
Mr. Knox, how long have you been in jail?
28, 29 years.
Okay. And how was this 6-year-old child related to you?
I knew a mother, my stepdaughter.
And how many occurrences were there between you and the stepdaughter?
One as I can remember.
I don't think that's what the 6-year-old said.
No.
I believe the 6-year-old said there was more than that. Let me refer to my notes here. See. Yeah, the victim says there was more times than that. You were charged with 4 counts of molestation of a juvenile, 4 counts of sexual battery, 1 count of aggravated rape. Does that sound
about right? Yes, sir.
So there's more than one occasion, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Any other questions? So, Mr. Knox, you work for Prison Enterprises?
Yes, ma'am.
Silk Screen Shop?
Yes, ma'am.
You had that job a while?
About 20, I don't know, about 25 years, I believe.
That's a long time. You know, I don't really have a lot of questions. I read the record. I've read what you wrote on your application. At least that comes across as you being sorry, remorseful for what happened, what you did, and I appreciate that. I appreciate what the warden said about, you know, you've only had 3 write-ups in quite a long time, but the victim still suffers from your actions. I don't see any questions, so I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Yes, sir, Mr. Knox. I appreciate your attitude. I appreciate everything that you've done. And but regardless of that, I want to encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. But my vote is to deny because of victim opposition and because of the severity of the crime. Thank you.
Mr. Freeman
My vote is the same reason.
and Mr. Tillman.
I concur.
I agree, Mr. Knox. It's just insufficient time for the crime that you committed. So good luck to you, sir. Today your application's been denied.
Okay, thank you.
Warden, that concludes our business there. We're going to sign out at 12:14.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all.
Well, pardon board is reconvening. We're now at BAYOU Correctional Center. It is Monday, February 10th, 2025. It's 12:18 p.m. Is there any staff at BAYOU that would please introduce yourself for the record? Yeah, the camera's not on.
Hello?
Yes, hello. We're waiting for Mr. Sanders.
He's on his way back. Hello?
All right, hello. As mentioned, we're reconvening. We're at BAYOU Correctional Center. I'd like for the staff at BAYOU please to introduce themselves for the record. Ma'am, would you introduce yourself for the record?
My name is D'Angelo Bunn.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for accommodating us today. And Mr. Sanders, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
LAMAR SANDERS, 558266.
Good, thank you. You can keep your seat, sir. We can see you just fine on the camera. That's perfect. Yep, but you got to sit up, please.
Yes, ma'am.
There you go, perfect. We can hear you. That microphone's pretty sensitive, so we'll be able to hear you.
Yes,
So, Mr. Sanders, before we get started, I want to acknowledge that your sister has joined us by Zoom. Christina Wilmer, she's going to speak on your behalf. We'll ask her at the appropriate time. We also have representing the victim, her mother, Ms. Edith Brown is here, and Ms. Tracy Barbera from the DA's office in East Baton Rouge Parish. We'll hear from both of them in just a few moments too. First, Mr. Sanders, let me just read some identifying information into the record. Mr. Sanders, you're classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a total of 25 years. You were originally sentenced August 27, 2009 in East Baton Rouge Parish, manslaughter. You received a 25-year sentence, impeding, intimidating, or injuring a witness. You also have a 15-year sentence for that conviction. Then later in September, on September 3rd, 2009, aggravated second-degree battery, you received a 15-year sentence, and theft of $500 or more, you received a 10-year sentence. All of that's running together, so it's a total of 25 years. You do have a parole eligibility date, which is March the 20th of 2030. However, your mandatory good time release date precedes that because it is March 27, 2020. Does all that sound accurate to you?
Ma'am, what you say about the good time date?
March 27, 2029.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, so tell us, sir, Mr. Sanders, you submitted an application for relief, even though you do have an out date. But tell us first why are you in jail? What led you to jail, and why are you seeking any relief at all? And why do you think we should vote for that relief?
I mean, I took up all the rehabilitation programs, and you know, I was young at the time when I committed this crime, and I take full responsibility for my action now. You know, and I'm trying to get back out there and be a conductive member of society, change my environment, new places, new things, and be a father to my children.
Okay, sir. Is the officer still in the room with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask her, ma'am, is there anything, do you know, are you familiar with Mr. Sanders?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask if you had any input. So, Mr. Sanders, we'll move on and hear from your sister, Miss Christina Wilmer. We'd like to hear what she'd like us to know.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Christina Wilmer, and I am here to support my brother Lamar. Basically, I just want to, show my support to him and thank you for allowing us this opportunity to, allow him that to be able to come back out into the community to, make changes in his life, be there to support his family and his, son, and be a better person. And we just want to say thank you. He's very remorseful for whatever, took place and what happened. And it's been some time now, and he's been there for 16 years. So he has made some changes, and he's a changed person. So we just want to say thank you and go from there.
Thank you for taking the time to speak with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, next we'll hear from the opposition. Could we hear from Miss Edith Brown, please? She's here with us in Baton Rouge.
Morning. I would like to read this letter. Start off by dear Regional Board Coordinating Committee of Parole. I'm very happy and grateful to have this opportunity to support my community on this matter. First and foremost, I want to say to Lamar, I have forgiven you over the death of my son, Carl Brown. But I haven't forgotten the situation. You have served 16 years in prison, but is still able to communicate, see, and hear your family. As to me and my family, we no longer have that opportunity. No amount of years can make up for the pain my family and I have endured. As of this day, I still don't have no closure as to what happened on December the 23rd, 2008. I understand it probably was your intention. It wasn't your intention as to shoot the car and didn't realize the bullet hit him. As of today, my grandson, Carl Brown, first son, has graduated. He was not there to see that. He has an amazing daughter who's going to Zachary High, who's a senior, who also got accepted in nursing school at Southern. His baby boy, who was only 2 months at the time of his death, is an 11th grader and doing amazing well in school. As for his siblings, I see the hurt in their eyes every day, and I hurt in his kids' eyes as well. And the feeling, though that they was young and they didn't realize what was going on at the time. Not only that, but it's the thought knowing we would not be able to see him anymore. And we have Sunday, we call it Soul Food Sunday, twice a month, where my kids and I, we have dinner. And all we have is memories, and we can joke about him and talk about him, but he's no longer here. We miss his laughter, his silliness, his joyfulness, and sums it up, miss everything about him. Lamar, you left me with a hole in my heart that cannot be fixed. So therefore I feel as if you should finish your years in prison, because there's nothing that will make up the pain and suffering you have caused upon me, my kids, and his kids, and my family. Lamar, I wish you nothing but the best. With this being said, I love Lamar because Lamar is not a stranger. Lamar was a child that came and ate at my table, slept underneath my roof at the same time. Like I said, and I will continue to say today, I still don't know what happened on December the 23rd, 2008, because it was not told to me. So that closure is still, I have no closure on that. But I'm a child of God, so I do forgive him for his action, because he has to also go up to God and ask God for his own forgiveness and his sins, and hope he has been that. But I don't have to, and I miss him. Period. And as of today, him sitting up a minute, he said what he had done and he wanted to go home and make a change, but
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being here. I know you've got a lot going on today. Thanks for taking the time to speak with us. We appreciate it. Mr. Sanders, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Answer his questions, please.
There, Mr. Sanders. Let's start out by asking, you pled guilty to a case, you pled guilty with the condition that you get 25 years, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How much have you served?
16 years and a half.
18 and a half? 16 and a half, okay. 16 and a half years out of 25 on a plea bargain. And let me make sure I'm correct on this. In 2008, you carjacked a car. You did a carjacking or stole a car that was occupied, and one occupant was pulled out and thrown to the pavement. The other one tried to bail out and fell down and hurt herself. Both of them were injured. And that's 2008, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then 2 months later, you and your girlfriend got into it or something, and you shot as in their car as she was leaving, and you hit another fella and killed him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And for all of that I just mentioned, you got 25 years on a plea bargain,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes,
And you
sir.
served 16 and a half years of the 25.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why, tell me why, I mean, you got a great deal to begin with. Tell me why, tug at my heartstrings. Tell me why I should let you, my vote would be to recommend that you be pardoned for this, or your sentence commuted to 99 years. Or your sentence commuted to where you were eligible for parole. Tell me why.
I mean, sir, I was young at the time. I didn't have no guidance. I was young and I had a drug addiction. It wasn't nothing intentional, nothing like that, sir. But I was young at the time. I take full responsibility for my action. Ms. Edie, I apologize, Ms. Edie. I apologize, Ms. Edie.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the fact that I read through your application and you said you'd found God since you've been in prison. I think that's so important. And I appreciate that about you, but it's also important to serve what you agreed to serve. That's all the questions I got.
Ms. Barbera, we'd like to hear from the DA's office, please.
Thank you, Chairman Renata. There's really not much more I can add after Miss Edith's comments to the board and Sheriff Prater's very accurate description of what happened. There is one more small bit of information. Not only did we give him a blue light special, but we dismissed a firearm CDS possession with intent to distribute cocaine charge pursuant to this plea agreement as well. So we believe that Mr. Sanders will be just shy of his 41st birthday when he's released on good time parole, assuming he continues on the path he has taken in the Department of Corrections, and he will still be a very young man and able to do right in the community. So we respectfully ask that commutation or recommendation for commutation be denied today. Thank you.
And Mr. Sanders, let me just ask, I have one quick question. I noticed on your master prison record, at some point you lost 450 days of good time.
Yes, ma'am.
What was that about?
I was still growing, ma'am. But I got all my good time back.
Was that multiple offenses?
Oh, that was on different occasions, ma'am. Different occasions.
When's your last write-up?
2018.
What was it for?
A fight.
Okay. But I will note, and you have said that all of that 450 days was restored, and that's based on good behavior. So I just wanted to ask you what it was about. Any other questions? I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote, Mr. Prater.
Yes, ma'am. Vote to deny because of the seriousness of the crime, victim opposition, and amount of time that he served.
Mr. Prater.
I looked in and I see that he has a high need score, which we do not see very often. My vote also today would be to deny due to the nature of offense, and the plea bargain that was given seemed to be very adequate. So I think he got a break already. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillman.
My vote's to deny also.
My vote today, Mr. Sanders, also is to deny for the reasons that have already been stated. So today, sir, your application for clemency has been denied. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Assigned BAYOU Correctional Center is 1238. All right. Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Allen Correctional Center on Monday, February 10th, 2025. It's 12:42 p.m. With the staff there at Allen, please introduce yourself for the record.
Crystal Simon, Assistant Warden. Sybil Ryder, ARDC Supervisor.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Sweat. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
JAWAYNE SWEAT, 705054.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sweat. And let me say, you have your counsel is here with us in Baton Rouge. Ma'am, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Muriel Van Horn with Reagan Law. This was a plea that Martin Reagan had worked on and arranged.
Okay, thanks for being here. We appreciate it. And we'll hear from you momentarily. So, Mr. Sweat, let me read some identifying information into the record, sir. You're classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced October 22nd, 2015 to 25 years for a manslaughter conviction. You have a parole eligibility date, which is August 2nd, 2032, but your good time date precedes that date. Your good time date is May 10th, 2031. Does all that sound accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sweat, so you've submitted an application for clemency. Tell us what led you to jail? Why are you submitting an application for relief? And why should we vote for you?
First, I want to ask for forgiveness.
Let me just say, I'm sorry to interrupt, but before you start, I want to acknowledge the folks that have joined us. I think you can see them by Zoom. We have your mother, Frances Brown, your son, Jalen Sweat, and your daughter, Carolyn Drawing. And we'll all be speaking on your behalf at the appropriate time. I wanted to acknowledge their presence. So go ahead, sir.
So I want to ask for forgiveness from the victim's family, from Mr. Jerry's family. I do understand that there's nothing I can say or do that could relieve some of the pain that I caused y'all. But I hope and pray that y'all find it in your heart to forgive me. But I first come to jail, I was lost. I didn't know which way to go. But my biggest motivator was my son, Jalen. I wanted to be a perfect role model for him. And in doing so, I understood that I had to get my life together. So with that being said, I attended all kind of classes and I was learning to become a man. One of my biggest achievements is I got a bachelor's degree in communication. That being said, communication is the key to success. I believe if you communicate, you can grow and learn a lot. One of my minors is business management. I plan on using that to help further grow my mother's business. She has a transportation company that I would like to help grow once I return to society. And my other minor is sociology. One of my long-term goals is to help the youth. When I go home, I want to start a adopt a brother program to where you adopt the youth and teach them the right path, help them to grow and learn from the mistakes that we made. So hopefully one day I will be able to do it. And last but not least, I want to give hope to the prison population. A lot of these guys, they're lost. And with the new laws that's taking in effect, they don't know which way to go. But they feel like it's harder. So people like me is like, we role models to them. Because it gives them hopes to one day they could be out or do what I did or be in this position to make it home. So I hope and pray that my change inspires somebody, help them grow to be better.
All right, thank you, sir. Warden Simon, can you tell us anything about Mr. Sweat?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Sweat is considered one of the inmate leaders here on the compound. He has no write-ups, no disciplinary. He has participated in Living in Balance, Cage Your Rage, Victim Impact, and he has he got his high set or his diploma. He also has an associate's degree from Ashland University as well as a bachelor's degree in Ashland University. He currently works in our infirmary where he's a very good orderly. Actually, he had kind of let it go so he can focus on his studies and they asked him to come back. He's just that great of an orderly over there. So he does a really good job and he doesn't offer any issues to staff.
Good to hear. Thank you. We appreciate your input. We'd like to hear first from the folks in support before we hear from your attorney, Mr. Sweat. So first, we'd like to hear from Jalen, your son.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hey, so I just want to say good morning, and that I really hope y'all let my dad go and come home so he could be a better role model for not just me, but also the community and other people that was in jail.
Jalen, thank you very much. We appreciate hearing from you. What about Corlin? Could we hear from her this morning?
Hello, good morning or good evening. I know that Jawayne is not really my real father, but I would like to treat him like he is. And that I'd really love if he could come back home and just be there for us.
Thanks. We appreciate hearing from you. And finally, Mr. Sweat's mother, Miss Frances Brown.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Frances, and I come on behalf of Jawayne to let y'all know Jawayne always have been a role model in the community as far as doing things in the community, even before he went to jail. I know that God has a mission for him, and I know that with that mission that God has for him, it will empower him to do great, extravagant things in the community. Not only have he inspired me to open up my own business, We Transportation, it also inspired me to adopt his son, and his two siblings. I adopted 3 of the kids. The mother, she's lost and has no chance of coming back, but I try and help as much as I can. And Jawayne has that same inspiration that I have with helping people. I started my carrier service in 2020, and it's We Transportation. It stands for family. We are a family, and we will stand behind him no matter what. Just knowing that he has committed and did so many great things in there has really inspired us as a family to do great here. Since he's been incarcerated, not only have I started We Transportation, I started Sweat Equity, which is also a realtor company that I buy houses, flip it, do whatever I need to do to where when he get out, he has all that to look up for. And that's all because of him that I started this. Before that, I was working at a retail company for over 20 years in management. So with his inspiration, it really just inspired us as a family to do great. And if y'all allow him to come home, he has a whole flute of people that's willing to back him and help him to get on his feet. So with that being said, I appreciate y'all listening to me. I appreciate y'all listening to the kids, and just hope y'all take that in consideration when y'all make y'all decision. Thank y'all.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate hearing from you this afternoon also. Ms. Van Horn, we'd like to hear from you this morning.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for letting me listen in to the prior. I've spent a few times over here. I learn something every time I'm here. Again, this is a case similar to the ones we've seen today, where he's pled guilty to a 25-year sentence, and he is seeking to be able to go home early. He's not so much looking for a pardon as he is for the opportunity to go back and help his family. He was jailed in 2011 and has served then continuously for about 15 years, maybe closer to 14. Of course, under the law, he's eligible for the clemency at 10. He filed this package entirely on his own, and clearly he has been someone who has always felt that he was in jail unjustly. And I think that's where we come to with what Mr. Reagan told me about this case early on, which was that he didn't really want to plead the defendant because he was a first offender, and that this is all the John Brady's looking at past. But Mr. Reagan remembered this case in particular because he felt like this was one where the kid just got in over his head. He didn't go to the house preparing to shoot. He went with the idea that a gun would protect him rather than as an offensive thing. He took it as a defensive thing. And unfortunately, I can't tell you how many cases I see with children murdering other children because they think a gun will protect them. And that's the mistake he made. He's accepted that he made the mistake. He reacted out of fear. And I think if you talk with him now, you'll see that this may be a case where we do need to let him out a little bit early because he has to help in raising those two children, or three children, I guess it is. And that's why he's come to us early, is an effort to be able to help raise his son rather than waiting out the additional time until he gets his parole. Sure, you have more questions, and I'll just kind of go.
Thank you. We appreciate it. All right, Mr. Sweat, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis this afternoon. Would you answer his question?
Good afternoon, Mr. Sweat. How are you?
I'm all right, and yourself?
Good. I've gone through your case and listening to you today, educating yourself and wanting to do the good things there in the community if you get out. Tell me what happened. You were on drugs at the time this happened, or?
Yes, sir. I was on some Xanax at the time, and basically we went to the house to make a drugs transaction. In the middle of the drug transaction, the price we was trying to negotiate, but it really wasn't getting nowhere. And Mr. Jerry, he was standing firm on his price. So one of the guys that I went with, he felt like, oh, we just gonna take it. So when he took it, Mr. Jerry fought, and he had another guy with him. The guy tried to run to go grab something, and I ended up running behind that guy, and I grabbed him. That's when I pulled out the gun. As me and the guy is entering, coming back in the front room, my co-defendants, they had took off running. So Mr. Jerry, he didn't see the gun at first, but when he was charging towards me, I pointed and I shot and I fled.
I see. So when you shot him, you were trying to kill him, or you just shot in self-defense?
I really just pointed and shot, hoping it'll scare him and stop him from coming towards me, sir.
All right, I have no more questions.
Any other questions? All right, Mr. Sweat. I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis.
My vote today is going to be to deny because of the nature of the crime and the opposition of law enforcement. And there's a life been taken, and I hope that you continue doing the good things that you are until you get out and continue when you are released. So my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Prater.
I concur. I don't think 14 years is long enough, or 15 years is long enough on a 25-year plea bargain. On a 25 on the taking of a life. Let's put it that way.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
All right, Mr. Sweat, I want to congratulate you for what you've accomplished. I think prison has probably saved your life, and prison has given you some opportunities that you probably wouldn't have had. I do, there is law enforcement opposition. So my vote today is going to be to deny based on the opposition that's been expressed. And I do agree that the 14-year sentence is insufficient on the plea agreement deal. So today, sir, your application's been denied. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
We'll sign off at Allen. That concludes our business there. It's 12:57. Thank you, Warden Simon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Sweat.
All right, good afternoon. The pardon board is convening. We're at the State Police Barracks at 1:01 p.m. Monday, February 10th, 2025. With the staff there at the barracks, please introduce themselves for the record.
Zone classification.
Pat Washington, Warden.
All right, thanks for accommodating us. And we have Mr. Edwards. Would you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Charles Edward Jr., DOC number 449415.
All right. Thank you. Let me acknowledge some folks who have joined us today by phone. We just had your father, Mr. Charles Edwards Sr. He's joining us by phone because he doesn't have the Zoom capabilities. By Zoom, we have Marquita Etienne, your cousin, Charles Degravel's a friend, and also Mr. Myers with the Parole Project. Here in opposition, on Zoom rather, representing the victim, we have Mr. Ronnie Armstrong, Catrice Brimsey, and Patrice Brimsey, all who will be speaking in opposition. We also have Cliff Straughter with the DA's office, the 10th Judicial District, who will be speaking. First, Mr. Edwards, let me read some identifying information into the record. You're classified as a second felony offender. You were sentenced in Natchitoches Parish, May 21st, 2007 for a manslaughter conviction. And you're serving a 30-year sentence on that conviction. You do have a parole eligibility date, which is July 3rd, 2028, and you have a mandatory release date, good time date, September 20th, 2035. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Edwards, tell us why are you in prison? You know, what led you to prison? Why have you submitted an application for relief, a commutation of your sentence? And why should we vote for that?
Ma'am, I'm convicted of manslaughter. I committed a crime against Mr. Rodney June Brimsey. His life was taken and robbed and cut short because of me. And I have deeply remorse for what I have done. To the family, the pain, the hurt, and the suffering that I caused towards to them, the pain, the hurt, and the suffering I caused my family, the community, Department of Public Safety, the officers, they had to respond, and the ambulance and the ER and them that tried to help save Mr. Brimsey. In order for me, the reason I filed for this today, I've been going through a problem with my mother right now. She's in a nursing home, sick, that any day that she can pass now. And my aunt have been trying to help take care of her, and my grandpa, he the only one left right now. And it's been difficult on her. I know I made mistakes and did wrong, and the pain and suffering I caused their family back in the past, but I'm not that same man today. And I wanted to prove to everyone today that I changed. I understand that a life is taken that I cannot replace, and nothing I can say or do in order to replace that or mount to that. But I'm not that man who I was back then. I learned different things through classes that I took. Victim awareness taught me something too, that I ain't just damaged their family, but I hurt also a lot of people in the midst of all my wrongs that I have done through life or the cause. Training, I've been learning, and I became a mentor. I joined the choir, which I started finding the Lord. And through the training, I help guys to find themselves on the right path, letting them know the rehabilitation that if you seek knowledge and understanding that you can change, that it do help. I had 64 mentees, only 2 ever went to the block. That's like 98% that I helped change guys' lives. Character count, value, man. And I met great people on my journey that have been helping me and mentoring me too, that I learned from. That if y'all allow me this opportunity today, I will prove to y'all that I will not let down, that I can change in the community, which I'm right now involved in helping children right now to get on the right path the ones that's on the wrong path, and the one that's doing right, that they continue on that path and being a positive.
All right, thank you, sir. Washington, what can you tell us about Mr. Edward?
Charles has been here almost 2 years. First of all, good afternoon. Thank y'all for having us. Charles has been here almost 2 years. Currently, he is at one of the highest levels that he could be at State Police Headquarters working. Does an exceptional job. The command staff there speak very highly of him and his work ethic. He's also one of 3 people that we use to mentor to at-risk youth here at the State Police Barracks. And we are excited for the progress that that program is having. In his tenure here, we have had 0 problems with Charles, and his work speaks for itself. So I'm excited to see what the future holds for him.
All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate your input as always. Now we'll hear from the folks who want to speak in favor of Mr. Edwards' application. First, we'd like to hear from Mr. Charles Sr. Mr. Edwards, can you hear us?
Hello.
Yes, sir. We'd like to hear from you now.
I'm breaking up now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, my son, he seemed like a changed man ever since he's been locked up. He's a whole different person. And all the certificates that he gave me, all the classes he done took, and everything, he's a totally different person.
Yes, sir. We appreciate you sharing those comments with us. We appreciate it. We're going to move on and hear Miss Marquita Etienne.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. I talk to Charles mostly almost every Friday, and every Friday I talk to him. I'm very, very impressed with what I hear. He's been really motivated and encouraged. He's very sympathetic for what he's done back in the day when he was under the influence. But now I'm just so proud of the work that he's done. I have a lot of sympathy for the family. I was a friend of the family as well. June was a friend of mine. Not a close friend, but a friend. So I was affected by it on both sides as well. But with the Charles and all of his hard work and the certificates, the learning and trying to get closer to God, the passion that he has to help youth not following his footsteps, coming from a small town, it's we didn't have a lot of people to encourage us or a lot of programs to help us see different. So him having a passion to do that is very encouraging, and I support his passion to help the youth and to do better and continue to grow and seek education and build himself.
Good. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate hearing from you this afternoon. And Mr. Charles DeGravels.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charles DeGravelle. I'm a deacon in the Episcopal Church, and I am Archdeacon of the Diocese of Louisiana. Thank you, board members, for the important work that you do. Very briefly, my background is one of 35 years in prison ministry. Most of that has been at Angola and Hunt. But I've also worked on the outside, helping men transition back into society after their incarceration. Over the years, I've addressed the pardon and parole boards, or board now, and some of those people most of those people have done well. They've received clemency and done well afterwards. So I'm here today to support the application of Charles Edwards. I met Mr. Edwards in 2021 when I helped direct a program called Lead Out Louisiana at Hunt, a program that was sponsored by the Department of Corrections. And I have kept up with Charles since then. I truly believe Mr. Edwards is sincerely remorseful for his crime. And you can see from his record that he has completed a wide variety of training programs, which includes vocational training. He has an excellent conduct record, and the letters of recommendation written on his behalf by the DOC officials who have worked with him are about as high as you can get. So if Mr. Edwards were to be released, he would be part of the parole project, which, as you know, is very highly successful in helping people transition back into society. He would also have the help of me and the Episcopal community to help make that successful transition. So again, thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for your consideration of Mr. Charles Edwards' application.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for speaking with us today. And Mr. Meyer, we'd like to hear from the Parole Project.
Thank you. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. And we're here for Charles Edwards today. And I would just concur with everything that's been said as opposed to reiterating it all. Also would like to let you know that we've spoken with Mr. Edwards multiple occasions, and that his plan is to not return to Natchitoches or the area. He would stay in Baton Rouge as a long-term client. He has multiple skills. He's going to be employable. We'll provide him with housing and our first of all, our phase 1 reentry program that would help prepare him for society, and second, through our employment team and other services and long-term housing. We'll be supporting Mr. Edwards as he becomes not only employed, but self-sufficient and makes his own way. And you can see, in addition to Parole Project, that he has a host of support. So while obviously this process is not as simple as, say, a parole hearing, at his age, at 42 years old, should this recommendation go to the governor and it is signed, he's at a very sweet spot age to be employed. He's got the skills. You heard about his character. He served more than right at 2/3 of his sentence, and we would ask this board to consider his recommendation today.
All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate hearing from you. Now we'll hear from the opposition. Could we hear first from Ronnie Armstrong? Is everybody there at the DA's office?
Yes, we can hear you.
We're good.
Mr. Armstrong.
No.
We'll let you, Mr. Strada, tell us who wants to speak first.
Okay.
Y'all speak for it.
Hi, I'm Patrice Brooks. I'm Ronnie's sister.
Can you hear Patrice?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Baby sisters. And we was promised Charles would do 30 years. All his accomplishments, that's great. But we still hurt with this every day. He want to come home to help his mom through this process. My mom was heartbroken. My mama died from this. Everything he's going through, we've been going through 10 times worse. It hurt us too. You did. You hurt someone who you didn't have nothing to do with that. You hurt Ronnie for no reason. You had no reason to even pull that trick on my brother. That had nothing to do with you. Nothing. And I feel we was promised 30 years. I don't see it. I don't want him home right now. I don't. Like, you hurt my brother for no reason. He got kids that have to deal with that knowing you home. Like, no. For what reason? Because he done did 18 years. We was promised 30. And that ain't long enough. You killed him for absolutely no reason.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Patrice, we appreciate hearing from you.
And I'm Ronnie. I'm the father of the deceased.
Please step a little lower this. A little bit more. See if we need you in the picture.
There we go. There, now I can see. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I'm the father of the deceased, and like they said, 30 years, you know, I know his mother, I know his father. If it was any kind of feeling, seemed like all that's what's being said sounds good on his behalf, and I respect that. But like my daughter said, we hurt every day too. We live with stuff like this every day too. So they granted us 30 years, and I felt like if it was any kind of respectable with it, I should have heard from his father and his mother. I know both of them personally, and I have nothing against them. And what he did wasn't even cause for. He took my son's life for no reason, something he didn't have to do. And I hate it just as well as he hated it. But it is what it is. I'm not pleased with it, so I'm not ready for that neither, because it ain't gonna bring my son. I miss him every day too. And I hate to say this, but they could have came and talked to me, because I'm a legitimate person anyway. I would have listened to that side and told them the way I feel, because it didn't have to go like that. And I'm not ready yet myself. I'm not over. I grieve over my son every day. His birthdays and stuff like that, I grieve every day. And I respect he went through all this, and I hope the best for him. But I feel like by them talking to him, they could have came and talked to us too. We got sympathy too. So I'm against it myself.
Sorry, Mr. Armstrong, thank you so much for
Yes, ma'am.
letting us know that.
Hi, I'm Catrice Brimsey, and I feel just like my sister and my dad. Like, my brother was my role model. He was somebody I really looked up to. And we was promised that Charles would do 30 years hard labor for killing my brother. And we just want him to finish his sentence.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Trotter?
Yes, thank you for letting us appear today on behalf of the family. The thing that I find interesting is that this murder, which was pled down to manslaughter, was not the defendant's first felony violent crime. Apparently, he had been convicted of second-degree battery in 2002. I am not familiar with the facts of this case, but after speaking to the family, what I do know is that this was a plea bargain where he got manslaughter and agreed to do 30 years. And I believe that their feeling that he should live up to his end of the bargain is a legitimate feeling. They will never get their brother or their son back. He's gone forever. Their sentence is forever. His sentence is forever. The defendant, while it's very admirable, and I certainly admire the work he's done in the prison, it's the feeling of the district attorney's office that he should be made to live up to his end of the bargain and do his complete sentence. So we appreciate you letting us talk.
So we appreciate the input from the DA's office. Thank you so much. Mr. Edwards, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his question?
Okay, Mr. Evans, good evening. Mr. Edwards, I'm looking at some of the stuff. It says that you and Mr. Brimsey had problems in the past. What was going on?
Altercation started behind a lady that I was talking to and a lady he was talking to in junior high. And it never been just back to back, but it have been occurred different occasions. Till guns have been involved. Mr. Brendan put a gun on me 3 times. And I have made a report to the detective one night about it. And he couldn't do anything about it at that time. But that what everything really started behind was behind a female.
Okay, and there's a little bit conflicting with the statements we've received in the arrest report and stuff. You claimed that Mr. Brimsey had a gun?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay, because there's a couple of eyewitnesses said that he had no weapon and that you took a gun from a friend and shot him. So, I mean, so you're saying that he definitely had a gun?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. And how many times did you fire your weapon?
I shot 5 times.
All right. What was the circumstances of the second degree battery? What happened in that offense?
got in conflict, dealing with most of the same thing, because everybody was from different neighborhoods at that time. They was from Britishtown, from Baylor Heights. And me and this guy was into it one time that they had shot at me 1 week, 3 weeks before into that problem. That it was stated to Mr. Julius Armstrong about it, the statement, because his son was with me at that time. One night, I was coming out of the store. I ran into Mr. Al Johnson, who once pulled a gun. My reflex was I hit the gun and I punched him. And I took off running at that time. All I know, the police had went by my mom's house, because at that time we were mailing an address. My mom stated to me that the police that came by were looking for me. I went and turned myself in.
Okay, who was that conflict with? What was his name?
Al Johnson.
Al Johnson. Okay, I thought you said something about Mr. Armstrong.
No,
Okay.
man.
What classes have you taken in prison that you think are gonna help you most if you were to get relief?
Living in balance, RDAP, trauma healing, all these things dealing with basic life of when we going through anxiety or trauma or things that happen in our past, to learn us how to cope with them and how to find things within yourself and know how to deal with them when you come time. Just the same as RDAP, hit every basic of life, relationship with others, how to react with people, how to respect their feelings, and how to understand their point of view of everything on all sides.
Okay. You have 5 children. You have any contact with your children?
Well, sir, I get a chance to talk to my 3 daughters every now and then because they're related to Mr. Brimsey too. I get a chance to talk to them every now and then, but I haven't had any contact with my sons.
Okay. So are you related to Mr. Brimsey?
Yes, sir. On his mother's side, I found out.
Okay. And you doing any community service in prison? Any extra? I know you sing in the choir. Anything else?
Yes, sir. Anytime any volunteer, when they have family day or whatever, I donate to that. I donate to the church. And when I was in Hunts, I used to go over and help the older people that's in the infirmary with the wheelchairs and different things, play games with them, have prizes and different things for them, and help them when they need time to be lift up and walk. I used to help the oilers over there. Warden Johnson at that time was the one I used to go through to do it.
Okay. That's good. I have no further questions.
Any questions? Mr. Edwards, you obviously are very well thought of by the warden there. You've heard from the victim's family and from the district attorney and about your plea agreement that you agreed to. How do you feel about that now?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, when my lawyer came to me and the DA, I told them that I took accountability for what I done. Because I understood what I done. The plea deal, only thing that came to me was about 19, no more 19 under 15, what my lawyer told me. But I told him the reason I took the plea deal because I held accountability and I understood as I sat in that cell and I seen the brother when he come from the visit, the pain and the hurt that I caused him when I looked at him. And I understand to the day how it affected everyone, not just their family, but everyone. Even my community, I understood that now. That's the reason I try harder every day.
And I appreciate that, I knew that, but what I meant was you accepted the plea agreement, the victim's family agreed to it, now you're seeking further relief when the law already allows you some relief by, you got a good time date.
Yes,
I mean, again, a parole, do you have a parole date? Yeah, you got a parole eligibility date, don't you? Yeah, coming up soon, fairly soon. I just wanted your thoughts on it because that was something you agreed to. And they're objecting because of that agreement. All right. I don't see any other, I'm just mentioning that. You don't have to respond to that. I don't see any other questions. I think that the board is prepared to vote. And Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Edwards, You know, obviously, if you're doing well, because you're at the state police barracks. I mean, that is something that's not looked likely on, and they only put the best people over there. But the problem comes in with the 18 years. I mean, 18 years of a 30-year sentence for manslaughter, which, usually you could have been 40. I mean, you got 30, you've done 18. And I can't, in my mind, let that slide that, you've only done 18 of 30 for manslaughter and a life was taken. I think you're doing excellent. I think in the future, you will be granted some type of relief if you keep doing what you're doing, but today is just not that big. Our vote is to deny.
Mr. Tiller?
I concur with Mr. Freeman, and I'm really happy that you're doing well. And I hope you continue to, but considering the family and the all opposition, my vote is going to be to deny.
Mr. Prager?
I concur with Mr. Tiller.
All right, Mr. Edwards, my vote is I agree with my colleagues based on the plea agreement. You have a parole date coming up, and that's going to be your mechanism for relief at that time. So just continue what you're doing. You're doing a good job, and we'll see you again for your parole hearing. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Captain, we'll sign off at 1:27.
Thank y'all.
guess so. I'm not watching on YouTube, but I mean,
Why would you be on YouTube?
they got it on YouTube. Some folk can watch it on YouTube if they want to. That's what the warden is watching it on YouTube. So
I guess you set up. I don't know.
no, it's not doing anything.
Is that the right number? When you got me the right number, you got his name and all this stuff in it. You are viewing Louisiana porn. Hit view options. I don't understand why. I got the volume up. I got everything. I don't know. Maybe it's something they doing on their end, or maybe it's not.
Call that lady back and let her know we got it to this floor.
All right, the pardon board is reconvening at David Wade Correctional Center on Monday, February 10th, 2025. It's 1:36 in the afternoon. Thank y'all for hanging out waiting for us today. We appreciate it. We've had quite the docket today. Would the staff there at Wade please introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon, Michelle Dozat Warden. Deputy Warden Brenda Ackland.
Danny Henshaw, classification.
Becky Trupiano, our district manager.
All right, thank you. Sorry, is that everybody?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Derrick, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
Hello, my name is Derrick Claville. DOC number 447371.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me, before we get started, I want to recognize the folks who have joined us by Zoom. We have your father, Mr. Vernon Clayville, Leslie Thompson, a friend, and Warden Jerry Goodwin. All of whom will be speaking on your behalf. And we also have Ms. Barbera from the DA's office who will be speaking on behalf of the DA. First, Mr. Clayville, we're gonna.
Yeah.
Mr.
Clayville, my name is Steve Prater, and I was the sheriff of Caddo Parish. And
Yes. How you doing, Mr. Prater?
I'm doing fine, sir. And I just need to acknowledge something and give you a choice to make. You and your dad and I have been friends, been known each other a long time. We've had a professional relationship for many years. And that's the kind of thing that sometimes you need to recuse yourself and sometimes you shouldn't. I don't think that's going to have personally any bearing on how I decide on this case. However, some people could think that. So we want to give you the choice we can put this off and we'll try to get it on quick as we can, again, without me voting, because there's one member absent today, and that person could do it on a 4-member board. So I want to give you the opportunity to make that decision.
Do you want to proceed today? You want to postpone to another day?
I would like to proceed today, sir.
Okay. I just want to give you that opportunity. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hill. So let me read the identifying information into the record. All right, Mr. Clayville, you are classified as a first felony offender. Currently serving a life sentence. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish, April 12, 2002 for a second-degree murder. You also have a 10-year sentence for possession with intent to distribute marijuana. Clayville, is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
All right. Before we hear from those who want to speak on your behalf today, I'd like for you to take a moment to tell us, why are you in prison? Why are you seeking the relief that you're asking for? And why should we grant in your favor today?
Could you repeat the first question that you asked, please?
Why are you in prison? Why are you in jail? For what reason?
I'm in prison for the murder of Robert Stillman III, or the second. Robert Stillman Jr., I'm sorry. And the reason why I'm asking for clemency is because I feel I've rehabilitated myself, feel I've learned my lesson through the classes that I've taken and through God. I believe that I deserve a second chance to make it better on the community, the victim's family, my friends, and all the people that I left down.
All right. Warden Dozat, what can you tell us about Mr. Clayville?
Well, Derrick, he's been here about 22 years. He has an excellent conduct record. His last write-up was in 2008. He only has 3 total. Derrick does live in the protective custody unit, so some of the programming is limited from time to time just based on different factors, but he has taken advantage of every programming that we've had to offer. He's taken the stress management, thinking for a change. He just completed reentry and victim awareness in the last couple of weeks. And he does have an employment plan lined up with Russell Car Wash and plans to live with his mom. You know, I speak with his dad often when he comes to visit. He has excellent support, family support, and he always has a really positive attitude. He has good working evaluation from his supervisor. So he has no issue here whatsoever.
Good, thanks. Good to hear. All right, we'll hear from the folks who are in support. Could we first hear from Mr. Vernon Clayville?
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
There we can. We'd like to hear what you'd like us to know about your son.
All right. He has a loving child, valedictorian of his high school graduating class. Never had any trouble with the law. This is a non-unanimous jury verdict. I was fortunate to be on the defense team early. I was on the bench in First Judicial District at the time in the juvenile division, but the local judiciary allowed me to participate. The case was, there was an offer made by the district attorney's office, 12 years, and a manslaughter max. And with a study, I advised Derrick to take the deal in that they had eyewitnesses who, for whatever reason, came forward. They were the only ones handling the weapon. There was no physical evidence linking Derrick to the crime. No DNA, no powder situations done. See that if he had fired a weapon, East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's Office didn't investigate the case. It was done strictly by the Southern University police. The case was, questionable, but I advised Derrick to take the deal. He did not. And after he was brought back to the jurisdiction, I asked him, why did he run off? And he said he just didn't want to go to court and lie, and particularly in front of the victim's mother, to say that he had killed her son. So even after that, it was generally done because of him running off. But the non-unanimous jury came even after that. And of course, it's unconstitutional since 1788. The legislature, the judicial system, all the district attorneys in the state have grappled with this problem. Even our illustrious governor, when he was the attorney general, sued in Edwards State versus Edwards to get that power under his auspices. And everybody pointed to Clemency as being a mechanism to correct those mistakes. So we're prayerfully and respectfully requesting a commutation of 25, 30, 40, 50, whatever number to see about trying to get Derrick home and get him rehabilitated. He is, of course, again, a loving child. His mother and I have a home. He has a job, and will have a total support system to get him back to square one in the world. So again, we love him, and we just want him home.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's nice. We appreciate your remarks, sir. Well, could we hear from Leslie Thompson now? You're still on mute. No, sir, we can't hear you. Fair.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm of that age where I'm very, very technologically challenged. I want to start by simply saying that I'm honored to be able to come before the committee today to say a few words on Derrick's behalf. I think it's important for you to know how I came to know Derrick. I have been acquainted with him for now, I would say about 10 years, and I want you to know how that came about. I was told this morning that I would have 3 minutes, but now I'm being told maybe 2 minutes would be, the max. I'm not sure, but within that time frame, I can say what I have to say. My name is Leslie Thompson, and I am the former mayor, 3-term mayor of the town of Jonesboro. That town is located in north central Louisiana. Back in 2013, I was accused, convicted of 3 counts of malfeasance in office. That was in 2013. In 2017, the Louisiana State Supreme Court reversed and remanded those charges. But in between the 2013 and 2015, I actually served time. And having served time, I was assigned the institution was David Wade Correctional Center. I was there in the same unit with Derrick. I was there in on the same tier. I was 2 cells down from him. And so I got a chance to watch him. I got a chance to recognize that Derrick was exceptionally unique. He was different from all other inmates. And he was very, very respectful. He was very, very courteous. And he shunned trouble. He stayed out of trouble. And I got a chance to become very, very close to Derrick. My dad used to say that if you want to get to know someone, work with them or live with them. And I had the opportunity to do both. And watching him do time helped me to do the 2 years that I was there. And I was also able to come out with no infraction, just using Derrick as an example. Now, since I've been out in 2015, I have committed myself to trying to help Derrick to gain some relief. I visited the governor's mansion 2 or 3 times. I've visited the DA in the 19th Judicial District, who has jurisdiction. I have done everything, so I'm very, very happy to have an opportunity now to come before you to say that if there is a candidate, if there is a perfect candidate who's suited best for the commutation process, it's Derrick Clayville. And I'm just asking you guys to find it in your heart to let him come home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Now we'd like to hear from Warden Goodwin.
Hello, Ms. Renatza. It's good to see you, and Sheriff Prater and Mr. Pete Freeman and Mr. Tillis. Good to see y'all. Watching y'all earlier today just reminds me of what a difficult job y'all have. I really appreciate the work y'all do. I just want to say a few words on, I guess, positive comments about offender Derrick Clayville. His father asked me a few weeks ago, he contacted me and asked me if I would speak on his behalf, because I met Derrick Clayville when he first got to David Wade Correctional Center in 2002. And of course, I was the warden there until 2023. So I knew him for over 20 years, and I interacted with him quite frequently. I saw him almost on a daily basis. And I watched him grow up and mature into a very moral individual. He's a good man, and he has been for quite a while at this institution, as reflected by his conduct record and his, he's quick to volunteer for work details. He always tries to do his best to improve the quality of life for the offenders in his unit, along with himself. And I just think that, at some point, he's 45 years old now. I think he was quite young when this crime was committed. He was a college student, maybe 19 years old, I believe, at the time of the crime. And with all due deference to the victim of this crime, and of course, y'all know that I'm a victim's advocate by nature. But, at some point, I think Derrick he's a good candidate for parole consideration. He's a good candidate to reenter society, and I think he would, if he given that opportunity, he would live as a law-abiding citizen and be productive. And that's pretty much all the comments I have, Ms. Renata. Thank you again.
All right, well, we appreciate hearing from you. I know it's important to you to take the time to speak with us this afternoon. Thank you so much. Could we hear from the DA's office, please, Ms. Barbera?
Good afternoon again, Chairman Renata, other members of the board. This is an interesting case in that Mr. Clayville, from what I understood his opening remarks to be, he said he's learned his lesson and he apologized for what he did, yet I'm reading his clemency application and he's still maintaining his innocence. So I'm a little confused as to exactly where his initial comments to you were coming from. Ms. Betty Stillman, who was Rob's mother, had medical issues and unable to appear before you this afternoon. One thing in particular that Ms. Stillman wrote in her letter was that, as painful as it was, the Stillman family found pieces in their hearts to forgive Derrick Claville. And I think that is it is remarkable under these circumstances, considering how young her son was when he was killed. But forgiveness does not mean that she is okay with him being released after serving just a little over 25 years after having been convicted of murdering her son. Assistant District Attorney, now elected District Attorney Tony Clayton, tried this case. So I, as Mr. Strider was in the previous case, am not intimately familiar with the facts, but I do know that photographic lineups were shown. There was positive identification from 2 individuals, and he stands convicted of murder. Again, he's only, I understand he's in protective custody. It does concern me that victim awareness was just taken a few weeks ago. I'm not sure what the status of any pre-release programming may be. It is always good when there's support for individuals when they're released, but on behalf of the Stillman family and the 19th Judicial District Attorney's Office, we respectfully submit that he just has not served enough time for taking another life. And we'd ask that any recommendation be denied today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate your input. Mr. Clayville, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Okay, Mr. Clayville, Ms. Barbera did bring up an interesting point because I caught the same thing. You know, you claimed you were innocent, and now you're telling us that, did you do it or not?
No, sir, I did not kill Mr. Stillman.
Okay. Were you in that dorm when the fight occurred and gunshots were fired?
No, sir, at that particular day and time, I was in a car near the mini dome, but Mr. Stillman and I stayed in separate dorms that were across from one another. But at that particular day, I was in the car in the parking lot in the mini dome. So no, I was not in the dorm with Mr. Stillman.
Okay, when they arrested you, they found drugs in your car?
Yes, they did, sir.
Were the drugs yours?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and they also found $863. So, you know, there was 21 small packages. So obviously, you were dealing drugs at that time. Was he a client of yours? Was there any reason y'all would have an altercation?
No, sir, he wasn't a client of mine. And throughout this whole process, I've always acknowledged that I'm 100% guilty. That was stupid, immature of me to be selling marijuana on a college campus when I should have been trying to gain my education. So yes, I'm guilty 100% of selling drugs, but no, sir, I never sold any drugs to Mr. Stillman, and no, he was not a client of mine.
Have you done any community service since you've been in prison?
Well, I've during COVID, the colonel, who is now the warden, Warden Tolliver, he asked me did I want to work in the quarantine unit. And this was around the time when COVID was pretty bad. People were dying, you know, every day. So he asked me, did I want to go over there? I thought I was going to be over there for about a week, but I ended up staying in the unit for about 10 months, from August the 4th to May. I don't know the exact date, but for about 10 months, I stayed in the unit with everybody who had COVID or contracted COVID for 10 months.
Okay,
So,
appreciate that. What about when you took the victim class? What did you learn from that?
when I took the victim awareness class, I learned a lot about basically being able to write down my feelings on paper, learning about how the victims feel about certain situations. But the teacher that we have, if I may speak about her, she allows us to write our feelings down and read them in the class. And this was really the first time I've had the opportunity to just speak on what's been going on with me as far as the situation with this crime. And I basically learned that, you know, when crimes are committed, it affects a lot of people. And I really didn't understand that, or I really never delved into that in my mind, you know, as far as, you know, understanding how another person may feel when you do something that causes harm. So I learned that along with a lot of other things that, you know, can help me become a better person.
All right. I have no further questions.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Derrick, how are you?
How you doing today, sir?
All right. You were 19 when this happened?
Yes, sir.
How old were you when you started Southern University?
18.
18. How long had you been doing or selling drugs?
Right around the time, maybe my second semester of college, right in the spring of 1998, or the fall of, around 99, 98, 98.
Okay. So I guess to make a little extra money, but and you say you didn't kill this person?
No, sir, I didn't. But I accept full responsibility for my actions because of the fact that even though I didn't kill him, my behavior on that campus possibly lured in unwanted guests. And just to rewind what I was about to say, I truly think, after thinking about the situation, that the bullet that killed Mr. Stillman was probably meant for me had I been there, because of the fact that I was selling weed, shouldn't have been selling weed, immaturity, and all of that caused me to do those things, to allow foolishness to invade the campus of Southern. So when I say I take full responsibility, the way I look at it, I feel like my actions caused the death of this brother, because had I not been selling drugs, maybe, just maybe, whoever did actually do it when they came on campus and killed them. So that's how I feel about it. I feel like I'm responsible, even though I didn't do it. And I empathize with the family for how they may look at me because I'm sitting here guilty, found guilty of the crime, but I'm remorseful for the loss of life, even though I was not the one who pulled the trigger.
I'm really confused, but you're pleading guilty, so I guess maybe you're saying if you're pleading guilty, then you must go ahead and do the time. Is that what you're saying? He said he didn't do it though.
Yeah.
But he's guilty of. Okay, I have no more questions.
It's kind of,
I'm
it's
confused.
unusual. It's not a funny situation, but it is very, we're dealing with.
Any other questions?
Think we need.
Okay,
Can I ask for an executive
Yes.
session, please?
we have a motion for that executive session.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Tiller. Can you call the roll?
Renassa,
Yes.
Prater,
Yes.
Tilly,
Yes.
Freeman.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Clayville, we're going to be in executive session to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back. All right, can I get a motion to go back in regular session?
I move that we get back into regular session.
We have a motion by Mr. Tillis, second by Mr. Freeman to return to regular session. There's no opposition, so at 2:12, return to regular session. And Mr. Clayville, we are ready to vote, and let me see if I can get the right page. Mr. Freeman will be voting first.
Okay, Mr. Clayville, you know, your case is very, very interesting and it's rocking back and forth and, you know, I do put a lot of weight in what Warden said. I truly do. I respect both of their opinions. And I'm not trying to make it any less of a sentence toward the guy losing his life, trying to reflect on that. But just on your prison record and what you've done and with the recommendations that we have received, my vote today, and this does not mean you're getting out right away. My vote is to commute it to 99 years with parole eligibility. But you would still have to come back for a parole hearing if it was signed by the governor. That's my.
Sure. And Mr. Clayville, my vote today based on your prison record. Now, I acknowledge the opposition that we have on behalf of the victim, Ms. Betty Stillman, and by the DA's office. I want to recognize your prison record. You've only had 3 write-ups. I think the last one was in 2008. I really value the opinion of Warden Goodwin and Warden Dozat and what they've had to say about you. So my vote is the same, that you're to make the recommendation your sentence be commuted to 99 years and that you be immediately parole eligible. So that's my vote, Mr. Prater.
Okay, I'll concur with that.
So we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf, Mr. Clayville, and you understands what that means. That doesn't mean that you get a reduced sentence. You have years. I mean, yeah, years instead of life. You have numbers that would still has to be signed by the governor, and you have to appear before a parole panel before any release. You understand?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I understand.
We're going to make that recommendation on your behalf. That concludes our business at David Way. Thanks for your patience, Warden Dozat. We're going to sign off. It's 3:14.
Congratulations. You almost, did you see this right here where our computer was about to
Good afternoon. The pardon board is reconvening at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. It's Monday, February 10th, 2025. It is 2:18 in the afternoon. Good afternoon, Warden. Would you and your staff introduce yourself for the record?
Warden Tim Hooper, Elaine Hunt Correctional Center.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Butler's Assistant Warden.
All right, thank you. And we have Mr. Knox there before us. Mr. Knox, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
Robert Knox, 494370.
Yes, sir, Mr. Knox. Mr. Knox, we have by Zoom, a representative from the District Attorney's Office has joined us, Ms. Tracy Barbera, and she'll be speaking at the appropriate time when we call on her. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record, sir. You are classified as a second felony offender. You're currently serving a 25-year sentence. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish in February of 2013, attempted second-degree murder, possession of a firearm or carrying a concealed weapon by a convicted felon. So you received 25 years on the attempt murder and 20 years on the firearm violation. They're running concurrently, so it's a total of 25 years. You are not eligible for good time, and you have a good time date. You're not eligible for parole. You have a good time date, which is August 9th of 2035. Does all that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Knox, would you tell us a little bit about yourself? Why are you in prison? Why are you seeking any relief through a commutation of your sentence? And why do you think we should vote for you today?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to apologize to Jennifer for shooting her. I would like to say that, I'm very remorseful for the pain and hurt that I caused her and her family members. And I'm also want to apologize to the state of Louisiana for wreaking havoc in my community. Today, I'm asking the board to give me a second chance at life because I truly believe that throughout my incarceration, I have made several positive efforts to rehabilitate myself to be a positive citizen in the state of Louisiana.
All right, thank you, sir. Warden, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Knox?
He's one of our inmate counsels. He has a very low Tiger score and he has numerous certificates. He's never had a write-up since he's been with us.
Good, thank you. All right, I don't see anybody here, any family members or other supporters, so we'll go straight to the District Attorney's Office, Ms. Barbera.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. This is another case where there was a plea agreement that the state and defense entered into. They actually picked a jury in this case and then negotiated the plea. 25 and 20 concurrent. I am extremely concerned about a few things with Mr. Knox, one of which is the fact that the underlying predicate for the conviction of felon in possession of a firearm was illegal use of a weapon. And then the conviction at hand was, of course, another illegal use of a weapon. Mr. Knox filed an application for post-conviction relief a few years ago. And in it, there's a sentence that really disturbs me. He said that he should have a reduction of his sentence because, and I quote, "a single gunshot wound to the finger is excessively harsh." And this conviction was not just about a single gunshot wound to the victim, to her finger. He fired 6 times inside of that residence. So that was all part of the prosecution for attempted second-degree murder. I believe the victim has indicated she would be okay with some sort of release, but if the governor should actually make this commute this sentence, that she would want no contact. But I personally think that his prior supervision history is extremely alarming, and that relief may be a little bit closer to his good time parole supervision date in 2035 would be more appropriate, and he needs to serve more of the time for the negotiated sentence that he agreed to. So once again, we respectfully request that a recommendation for commutation be denied this afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Knox, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Please answer his questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Mr. Knox. Let me ask you a question. In 2005, you had a second-degree battery. What happened on that case?
The second degree battery was on my baby mother. To be honest, you know, a lot of situations that have occurred in my life has been because of bad relationships with people. And I do understand that is very important. I do understand the district's attorney viewpoint on the issue. I also would like to say that at the time that I was in a relationship with this female, I was very young when I entered into this relationship. And throughout my incarceration and using OI, safe haven for sexual and domestic abuse violence, I also understand that, you know, being in a relationship with an older woman wasn't the right thing for me at that time. And
Time out.
Yes,
Time
sir.
out. I didn't ask you about all that. What happened the time you second-degree battered your domestic partner?
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Well, we got into a physical altercation, an argument, and at some point, I believe I pulled the knife and she went to swing at me and I raised it up and it hit her arm or something of that nature. Like I said, we had a lot of altercations throughout my relationship with this individual. So that's what happened at that time.
I was curious. I was thinking maybe a gun was involved in it, but it was just a knife. So anyway, but that comes under the same statute as illegal use of weapons. So you could have been charged with that then, couldn't you?
Yes, sir.
So that would have been your third time with a weapon hurting somebody or attempting to hurt somebody. You hurt her, and then you had illegal. What in 2008? What'd you do with the illegal use of weapons?
Well, I was working for a company called Fast Track Welding, and me and the boss man got into a confrontation because I felt like he stole my money from me. And I went back with a weapon and asked him for my money back, and I fired a shot into the air. He ran off, and I wound up going to jail for it.
And you fired? Did I misunderstand? You fired a gun into the air?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. So this is your third strike on 2011 when you fired the gun 6 times, and once you happened to hit your girlfriend, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, I know you've taken a lot of classes and you got a lot of certificates and no write-ups that I could see, so I'm real proud of that. But you said second offender. I think you may be a third offender with all those things. DA is opposed. Sheriff's opposed. You've only served about half your sentence, and you got an extensive criminal history and violence with weapons. In as short a time as you can, tell me why you gonna get Steve Prater to vote for you.
Well, Mr. Prater, I'm not the same person that I was when I entered into this facility. I have worked on my anger in various different ways. I have also tried to focus on the underlying reason of what causes me to become so angry. I also understand that I do not want to touch a weapon or be around a weapon anymore in my life. It's not the weapon that hurt people, it's the person with the weapon who hurts people. So I focus completely on what makes me angry. Throughout my life, I have made impulsive decisions. And I come to understand I can't make impulsive decisions anymore. I have to think about what I'm thinking about in order for me to be a productive citizen in the state of Louisiana, sir.
Okay, thank you. I don't have.
All right. Any other questions?
No, ma'am. I'm good.
I don't see any questions, Mr. Knox. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater?
Mr. Knox, as I said, I'm proud to read everything that you've done. I really think you're sincere and mean that. My problem is that after the second degree battery, you weren't supposed to be having weapons anymore then, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you had illegal use of weapons, you had another weapon, then you had again, so you just keep gravitating back to weapons, and I'm scared that you do that again. You've only served half your sentence, and we've got a lot of opposition against you by the DA and by the sheriff and also by me. So I think that I'm going to deny the request at this particular time.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur due to his criminal history and the violent nature of his past.
Mr. Taylor?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
All right, Mr. Knox, I have enjoyed listening to you. I really do think that you have reflected. You had a good interview, and you've really taken some things that's going to help you. The note I made on my record, terrible history of violence and weapons. You know, and so you admitted that each time that Mr. Prater asked you about it, that you had, you know, he used the weapons inappropriately and had a possession of a weapon when you weren't supposed to. I do agree with the district attorney's office based on the plea agreement that you agreed to. It's right now is insufficient time served on your sentence. So my vote today is with my colleagues to deny your application. But keep on doing what you're doing. You're on the right track. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank y'all.
That concludes our business. Sign off at 2:29. Thanks, Warren.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you.
All right, that concludes our business here today for the pardon board. There's no other business, so we're going to adjourn. It's 2:44. Thank you.